Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was a Red Pirate Ranger. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A 7-year-old boy named Issei Hyoudou felt a growing frustration with the distant treatment from his clan. He observed his siblings, Dai and Aika, enjoying the day while he sat alone, feeling neglected. Today was April 16th, Issei's birthday, yet instead of celebrating him, his family focused on Dai. The cake that was meant for Issei had been taken by their parents, Goru and Miki, who claimed it was better suited for the younger siblings. Issei's oldest sibling Mari had wanted to celebrate his birthday, but their parents had snatched the cake away. Issei's heart ached with anger and confusion. He could not understand why his family treated him this way. Mari, who was 11, entered the room with a sorrowful expression. She expressed her frustration over their family's behavior since their grandfather's death, lamenting how she had saved money for Issei's birthday only to see it overshadowed by the happiness of their younger siblings. Issei's anger boiled over as he wished for revenge against those who had taken his special day from him. Suddenly, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, startling the two children. The figure urged Issei to take back what was rightfully his, even if it meant using force. Before they could react, an unseen force knocked them to the ground. The figure carried the unconscious siblings away, warning the clan that they would face dire consequences if they continued to mistreat Issei. Later, the siblings found themselves in an unknown location. Mari was the first to awaken and quickly checked on Issei, who was still unconscious. After shaking him awake, she informed him of their kidnapping and urged him to be cautious. As Issei noticed a chocolate cake in front of him, Mari warned him against touching it, fearing it might be poisoned. Just then, the cloaked figure reappeared, assuring them that the cake was safe and had been purchased moments before they woke up. He acknowledged their struggles within the clan and encouraged Issei to celebrate his birthday, emphasizing that he deserved happiness. Despite Mari's initial hesitation, she could not deny Issei's desperate longing for cake. She reluctantly agreed to let him have some, and together they set up candles and sang a birthday song, marking Issei's first proper celebration since their grandfather's passing. The figure watched them with a small smile, appreciating the bond between the siblings. Once the celebration concluded, Mari expressed her gratitude to the figure for providing them with a moment of joy away from their clan. The figure revealed himself as Captain Marvelous, the leader of the Go-Cagers, dressed in a striking pirate-inspired outfit. He informed them that he had important matters to discuss and encouraged them to take their time. Curious yet cautious, Mari asked what he wanted from them, emphasizing their youth. Captain Marvelous dismissed her concerns, recognizing the potential within both siblings, particularly Issei. He explained that the supernatural world existed and hinted that their clan was aware of its existence. Issei and Mari recalled how their grandfather had informed them about the supernatural, only for their family to discard them in favor of their more favored siblings. Captain Marvelous continued, revealing the corrupt nature of the supernatural beings who often exploited humanity for their own gain. He implied that their unique abilities could play a significant role in the larger conflicts of this hidden world. The mission was clear. They needed to reclaim their power and show that humanity had its own heroes in the form of a new Sentai team, the existence of the Go-Cagers. The two siblings, Issei and Mari, were taken aback by this revelation. Mari recalled the cruelty of supernatural beings, which only deepened her concern. Issei had heard from a spy that yokai were causing trouble for humanity. He had managed to hide before they discovered his presence. He shared this information with Marvelous, who nodded in acknowledgement. Issei then mentioned the stories he had heard about devils, yokai, and vampires being cruel to others. Marvelous confirmed that those stories were indeed true. He explained that he could not remain in this world for long, as he would eventually return to his own. However, he could offer them the power needed to protect their world, which resembled his own Earth. Issei and Mari listened intently, understanding the weight of Marvelous' words. Marvelous continued by reminding them of the nature of pirates, emphasizing that if they wanted something, they had to take it by force. He urged them to consider their situation. Their clan had stolen everything from them, including their rights, lives, and happiness. He questioned whether they would allow this to continue. Issei, filled with determination, declared that he would not let Dai and their family harass him and Mari any longer. Mari expressed her concern for her brother, but Issei insisted that he was done being taken for granted. He expressed his longing to join Marvelous and defeat those who harmed them, vowing to protect and cherish his family. Marvelous smiled, recognizing the spirit of a pirate in Issei. He promised to train him until he was ready to become the Gokai Red of their world. Mari, inspired by her brother's resolve, also expressed her longing to train under Marvelous. With a nod and a smile, he agreed, excited about the prospect of training them both. As they began their journey, the Kishinami clan learned of the siblings' mistreatment and decided to take action. Issei devised a plan to pretend to be part of the Hyoudou clan before officially resigning. 4 years later, at the Hyoudou clan compound in Kyoto, Issei and Mari stood before a fighting ring. Issei confirmed that today was the day they would resign from the Hyoudou clan and join the Kishinami. He felt a surge of anger as he remembered how their mother had tormented Aunt Haruka, who had been more of a mother to them than their own. Issei held the Gokai Red Ranger key that Marvelous had given him, a symbol of their commitment to making their resignation a grand spectacle. His maternal grandfather, Kaji, watched from the sidelines, his serious demeanor reflecting the gravity of the moment. Their attention was soon drawn to Dai, who approached with his usual arrogance. He taunted them, but Issei coldly dismissed him, asserting that their business was not his concern. When Dai continued to provoke them, Issei retaliated, reminding him of his own shortcomings and the fact that he had no real skills or powers. Dai's frustration boiled over, and he attempted to raise his hand against Mari. Issei intervened, grabbing Dai's wrist and confronting him. When Dai struggled to break free, Issei struck him in the face, sending him crashing into the wall. Issei's cold gaze promised that Dai would face consequences for his actions. Dai, nursing a bleeding nose and damaged pride, threatened to make Issei regret his actions. Issei mocked him, but before he could charge, Mari delivered a powerful kick to Dai's chest, causing him to cough up blood. She expressed her anger, declaring that it was time for Dai to face the consequences of his torment. As Dai writhed in pain on the ground, Mari's expression turned sadistic. She relished the moment, knowing that they were finally reclaiming their power and standing up against the cruelty they had endured for so long. Mari was aware that only her family was present, including Rei and some other soldiers and mages of the clan. Issei pointed to the left, indicating the arrival of Rei, Miki, and Goro. Mari quickly moved her leg away, causing Dai to cry out in pain from the impact. As they walked away, Issei reminded them of their power, suggesting they could easily crush their opponents, even with the protection of the sacred gear, the crescent circle gauntlets. Miki rushed to Dai's side, expressing her concern and demanding to know who had harmed him. Goro, filled with anger, insisted they find out who was responsible. Dai pointed towards Issei and Mari, who were already distancing themselves. Goro shouted for them to return. Issei and Mari exchanged glances, with Issei making a derisive comment about Goro. Mari added her own mockery, reminding Goro of his shortcomings and the reasons their grandfather had not wanted him to become clan leader. She criticized Goro's lack of power and capability, reveling in his visible frustration as his hands bled from clenching them in rage. Miki, furious, confronted Mari about her disrespect, to which Issei retorted by highlighting Miki's own treatment of her Bardh family. Kaji, observing the scene, noted Mari's fury as Issei mentioned her past, which had been marred by her choice to marry Goro. Mari had unresolved feelings about her family and longed for revenge, but she was aware that her parents could easily overpower her adversaries if they chose to intervene. Issei taunted Miki, suggesting she was on the verge of tears, while Mari agreed that Miki's choice of partner was pathetic. Miki, incensed, began channeling a powerful magic spell, joined by Goro and Rei, who prepared to protect their parents. In response, Mari signaled to Issei, who readied himself to transform into Gokai Red. He activated his Gokai Key and Morpher, initiating the transformation sequence that turned him into the leader of the Gokagers. As the transformation completed, Issei stood proudly, ready to face the oncoming attacks. He skillfully deflected the incoming spells with his Gokai sword, sending them back and triggering a massive explosion. Standing confidently, he declared his new identity. Mari spoke on his behalf, explaining their reasons for hiding their powers from the Hyoudous, knowing they would only seek to exploit them. The Hyoudous, especially Dai, were furious, believing the power rightfully belonged to them. Mickey demanded that Issei surrender his power, while Dai grinned in support of his mother. Issei, unfazed, challenged them to try to take it from him. Mickey, filled with rage, vowed to force him to comply, rallying the guards and mages to attack. Issei, eager for a show, charged forward with his Gokai saber and Gokai gun, prepared to take down his opponents one by one. Meanwhile, Kaji observed the conflict with disappointment, reflecting on his failures as a father. He lamented that Mickey had turned out this way, realizing he should have been stricter with her. Marvelous, a mentor to Issei, joined Kaji, expressing his excitement for the unfolding battle. Kaji noted how Issei had grown under Marvelous' guidance, hoping he would not harm any innocents. Marvelous agreed, recognizing Issei's good heart and potential. As Issei continued to dispatch the soldiers effortlessly, Kaji acknowledged Marvelous' role in shaping Issei's happiness. The two watched as Issei's prowess became evident, and Kaji felt gratitude towards Marvelous for his influence. Issei faced his parents coldly, questioning if that was all they had. Goru, furious, threatened him, while Mari pointed out Issei's ability to defeat several of Goru's clan members with ease. She mocked Goru's perception of Issei as a disgrace, further infuriating the Hyoudou clan members. Issei dismissed their anger, suggesting they were delusional for believing they were in the right. Mickey, determined to prove her point, prepared to showcase what she believed Issei was truly capable of. Issei looked at Mickey with a mocking expression, fully aware of her anger as she prepared to unleash her next attack. She was determined to make him understand that disrespecting her would not go unpunished. In response, Issei revealed a Ranger key, this one belonging to the Red Ranger of the Zyurangers. He activated it with a confident move, transforming into the Tyrannoranger of Kyoryu Sentai Zuringer. With his Rujiki sword in hand, Issei charged forward, skillfully dodging the ice and fire magic aimed at him. He redirected some of the attacks back at Mickey, who retaliated with her own sword, engaging him in a fierce clash. Goru and Rei attempted to join the fight, but Mari intervened, using her two sacred gears, Innovate Clear and Telos Karma, to create a barrier that kept them at bay. Mari revealed that she was the first to be blessed with two sacred gears, explaining that although she did not wish to become a ranger like her brother, she had chosen a different path and had been trained by the Kishinamis. Goru, enraged, called her a traitor and prepared to attack, but Mari quickly transported him to another dimension, stating that she would release him once Issei dealt with their so-called mother. Rei shouted defiantly, vowing that Mari would regret her actions. Mari dismissed her threats, confident that Rei could never match her, even in her dreams. As the battle raged on, Issei overpowered Mickey, who refused to accept defeat. In a moment of anger, Issei unleashed a powerful attack, declaring his intent to finish the fight. With a swift motion, he activated another transformation, bringing forth the Aberred Key of the Aberrangers. The announcement echoed, and Issei transformed into Aberred, his suit enveloping him in a fierce display of power. He brandished the Tyranno staff and charged at Mickey, who struggled to keep up with her former son. Issei executed a series of powerful kicks, disarming her and crushing her sword beneath his feet. In a burst of energy, Issei entered Aberred mode, his body adorned with white markings. He unleashed a flurry of strikes that left Mickey bleeding and reeling from the impact. An explosion erupted behind her as she fell to the ground, barely conscious and filled with fear at the sight of Issei's newfound strength. Issei acknowledged her resilience but reminded her that the battle was not yet over, as two more opponents remained. Mari released Rei from her confinement, and Rei, filled with rage at the sight of her mother's condition, charged at Issei, vowing to kill him. Issei, undeterred, activated the Ninja Red Ranger key, transforming into Ninja Red of the Ninja Sentai Kakuranger. He swiftly engaged Rei, blocking her spear attacks with ease. Noticing her weakened state compared to his cousin, Issei decided to demonstrate his true capabilities. He performed a cloning technique, creating duplicates of himself that overwhelmed Rei with simultaneous attacks. Despite her efforts to defend herself, she was unable to withstand the onslaught, suffering multiple injuries. As Rei struggled, Issei prepared to show her the full extent of his power. He executed a powerful overhead slash, causing her to scream in pain as she succumbed to her injuries and fell unconscious. Issei noted that he had been holding back, contemplating his next move as Mari released the final combatant. Goru, witnessing the state of his family, was consumed by fury. He charged at Issei, transforming his hands into claws and striking with ferocity. Issei screamed in pain but quickly revealed that he had used a substitution technique, leaving only a straw doll in his place. Goru was taken aback, realizing he had been tricked. Issei stood behind him, ready to face the enraged father. Goru vowed to defeat him, preparing a powerful acid attack. Issei, however, was ready for the challenge. He activated the Denzired Ranger Key, transforming into the Denzired of the Densure Sentai Denziman. Equipped with electrifying metal gloves, Issei charged at Goru, dodging the acid blobs hurled at him with remarkable agility. As he closed the distance, he unleashed a devastating punch that resulted in a powerful explosion, marking a significant moment in the battle. Issei was determined to make Goru suffer, vowing that he would never be bothered by him again. After a powerful blow had left Goru with a broken jaw, Issei activated his transformation. He brought out the Magired key and inserted it into his mobilate, twisting it as the announcement echoed, declaring him the Magired of the Mahou Sentai Magiranger. Surrounded by a magic circle, Issei's suit transformed, complete with a helmet projection. He was now ready for battle. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a series of punches using his Magi punch gloves, each strike erupting in flames and sending Goru staggering back. Following up with his majestic sword, Issei charged forward and delivered a flaming slash, creating a dazzling explosion of red sparkles and flames that further staggered Goru. Goru, filled with anger and disbelief, struggled to recover from the relentless assault. Issei, undeterred, prepared to finish the fight decisively. He retrieved the Denaired key, inserted it into the mobilate, and transformed into the Denaired of the Kagaku Sentai Dynaman. Ascending into the air, Issei spun like a tornado, gathering explosive energy before declaring his attack. He descended upon Goru with tremendous force, crashing down like a meteor and causing a massive explosion. As the dust settled, Goru lay on the ground, his clothing torn and body battered with burns and broken bones. Issei surveyed the scene with indifference, joined by Mari, who coldly informed Goru that he stood no chance against them. The remaining members of the Hyoudou family watched in fear, realizing they had no power to confront the siblings. Issei then noticed Dai attempting to escape. He confronted Dai with a serious demeanor, who stammered an excuse. Mari interrupted, insisting that Issei ensure Dai remembered this defeat. Issei complied, retrieving 2 random ranger keys and inserting them into the Gokai saber and Gokai gun. The weapons glowed ominously as Dai sprinted away in desperation. Issei unleashed a supercharged shot from the Gokai gun, followed by a powerful saber strike aimed at Dai. Dai's terrified cries filled the air as the attack struck him, resulting in a blood-curdling scream of pain. He fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the agony, as a massive explosion erupted where he had been. When the smoke cleared, Issei stood in his battle pose, revealing Dai barely clinging to life, his charred body in desperate need of medical attention. Issei remarked on Dai's survival, attributing it to luck. He then turned his gaze to the rest of the clan, who were either paralyzed with fear or lifeless. He declared that they should remember this encounter and that he was no longer Issei Hyoudou, but Issei Kishinami. Mari, now Mari Kishinami, stood by his side. Miki, witnessing this transformation, felt a surge of helplessness and sorrow, questioning why her children had been accepted into the clan while she had not. Kaji, Miki's father, confronted her, expressing his disappointment and lack of respect for her. He reminded her of the choices she had made and the consequences that followed. Mickey's tears flowed as she watched her children leave, feeling a mix of anger and despair. Ray, filled with hatred for her siblings, vowed to destroy them the next time they crossed paths. Meanwhile, Marvelous observed the scene from above, knowing his mission was complete. He prepared to return to his own world and reunite with his crew, leaving behind the chaos that had unfolded. 6 years had passed since Issei had dismantled the Hyoudou compound and distanced himself from it, a decision that Mari had also made. Now 17 years old, he had completed his education at a different academy and was following the path that Marvelous had set for him. He resided in a new Kishinami compound in Kyoto, where he monitored the local yokai, ready to intervene if they threatened humans. Among the yokai he had dealt with was the Kukisei Kana, whom he had defeated while saving a woman seeking help. Marvelous had informed Issei that the clan, under Goru's leadership, had engaged in morally questionable actions that, while beneficial to the clan, were frowned upon. Issei was determined to tarnish their reputation should they ever consider attacking him or his family. Marvelous eventually had to leave after completing his training, a moment that left Issei in tears. Marvelous had reassured him, emphasizing that he possessed the heart of a pirate, destined to protect his treasure, his family, and to create his own crew to combat supernatural forces. Before departing, Marvelous entrusted Issei with 4 mobilates and ranger keys for Gokai Yellow, Gokai Green, Gokai Blue, and Gokai Pink. Reflecting on that memory, Issei felt a pang of sadness at the thought of Marvelous never returning, yet he understood the importance of fulfilling his mentor's wishes. He set out to find worthy candidates for the Sentai powers and soon identified 4 individuals who had all been wronged by the supernatural. When it came time for Mari Hyoudou to join, she declined the role of a Sentai ranger, preferring to assist her brother through her intelligence. Instead, she focused on creating gadgets and technology to aid them in their battles against supernatural forces. The Gokagers had gained a formidable reputation, feared and respected by many supernatural entities whose operations they had disrupted. The Kishinami family supported Issei in every way they could, despite his reluctance to burden them. His aunt Haruka treated both him and Mari as her own children, and they embraced Issei, disregarding his lineage tied to Gorhyu. They shared their long-standing conflict with the Japanese Yukai faction, who had caused them trouble for centuries. Issei and his new team recognized the necessity of addressing this threat. Additionally, there was the Indian Yukai faction, particularly the Nagas, who had been wreaking havoc in their quest for vengeance. One of Issei's close friends had suffered at their hands, and although Issei had intervened, the Nagas remained relentless, blinded by their longing for revenge, indifferent to the destruction they caused. One day, Ingvild Leviathan, known as Gokai Pink and the second-in-command of the Gokagers, entered Issei's room. She was a striking young woman with long purple hair and orange eyes, exuding a whimsical aura. Dressed in a noble devil's attire, she approached Issei with urgency. She informed him of a new situation that required their attention, and Issei understood that trouble was brewing once again. Ingvild recalled her own tragic past, having been wronged by her kin, the devils who had murdered her family. Issei had rescued her, and together they had fought against the devils, ultimately joining forces as Gokagers. Ingvild had learned about Issei's history and shared his disdain for the Hyoudou clan, who had branded him a criminal due to their connections with various supernatural factions. The Gokagers were viewed as pirates and criminals, often targeted for elimination, yet those who attempted to confront them met with disastrous ends. Ingvild explained that the Nagrani of the Naglok had ignored their warnings and continued to threaten the Sagal family. Issei felt frustration at the situation, knowing that Bella, the Nagrani, was causing problems for a friend he had made during a business deal with the Kishinamis. Ingvild detailed the recent attempts on lives, driven by Bella's misguided vengeance for her deceased lover, Vikrant, whom they had previously defeated. Issei took a deep breath, realizing it was time to demonstrate the consequences of threatening those he cared about. His friends and allies were his treasure, and he would protect them at all costs. Issei gathered his allies, expressing the urgency of their mission. He intended to make an example of Bella, demonstrating the consequences of overstepping boundaries. He hoped that her fate would serve as a warning to others about the importance of heeding caution. Ingvild acknowledged his words and left the room to rally the rest of their group. After a moment of contemplation, Issei rose from his seat and made his way to the meeting room within his compound, ready to strategize for the task ahead. Issei and Ingvild arrived at the meeting room of the Gokaiger base, located in the Kishinami compound in Kyoto. The first to greet them was Seorg Bale, known as Gokai Blue. He was a striking young man with black hair and violet eyes, tall and muscular from rigorous training. As a former member of the Bale clan, he held a significant position within the team. Next was Valerie Lucifer, our appealing woman with silver hair and red eyes. She was the fourth member of the team and served as Gokai Yellow. Adorned with a red ribbon in her hair, she wore a yellow half-sleeved t-shirt paired with black tight breathes that accentuated her figure. The final member present was Genshiro Saji, who wore a dark green shirt and jeans. With short blonde hair and gray eyes, he was the Gokai Green and the last to join the Gokaigers after Valley. Genshiro expressed his confusion about the situation, recalling the 3 defeats they had inflicted on their enemy, the Naga. Issei confirmed that the Naga had not retreated. Ingvild elaborated that Bella, their adversary, still intended to pursue the Sagal family, particularly Mahir Sagal, who had given them the green light to deal with her swiftly. Ingvild remembered the secret call from Mahir, which they had verified using a specialized gadget that allowed them to distinguish between real and trap calls. Valley expressed her frustration over Bella's stubbornness, suggesting that she should hide away in shame. Seorg acknowledged that Bella's past had contributed to her aggression, while Vala pointed out that her ex-lover was responsible for her troubles, calling her gullible. Genshiro then inquired about their course of action, asking if they would confront the Naga in Naglok to end the threat once and for all. Issei confirmed their plan, mentioning that they also aimed to locate a valuable gem in Naglok. Seorg asked about the gem, and Issei motioned for Ingvild to display an image. The image revealed a brightly glowing diamond known as the Nagmani, a gem that many sought but few could find, as it was hidden in Naglok. Issei explained that numerous attempts to retrieve the gem had resulted in chaos and loss of life, with the Naga ruthlessly punishing families for the theft of a single gem. Genshiro reacted with anger, questioning the harshness of the Naga's actions, suggesting that they could simply steal the gem back. Issei countered that the Naga lacked the intelligence to consider such a solution, referring to them as wild animals that needed to be dealt with to prevent further harm. The Gokaigers agreed that the Naga's actions had turned them into a menace, making it difficult to discern any good among them. Issei announced their departure in 3 hours, determined to eliminate every Naga supporting Bella, just as they had done with those aligned with Vikrant during their last attack on Naglok. The team nodded in agreement, ready for action, knowing that the Nagmani would be safe with them moving forward. In the Kishinami main compound, Issei spoke with his maternal grandfather, Kaji, and his aunt, Haruka. Haruka, an appealing woman with brown hair and matching eyes, wore a lovely white blouse and shawl, complemented by purple earrings and a blue necklace. Concerned, she questioned Issei about his plans. He affirmed his commitment to stopping the Naga, with Kaji acknowledging the increasing threat they posed to innocent people. Haruka warned that the Naga's venom was lethal, giving Issei only 30 minutes to confront them. She expressed concern about the Nagrani, known to be the most venomous of the Naga, and how Issei would handle such a formidable opponent. Issei reassured them that he possessed a Sentai Ranger key capable of countering the Naga, confident that its mere presence would instill fear in them. He revealed the Sentai Ranger key, which left Kaji and Haruka in awe. Recognizing its power, they understood the significance of this key in their battle. Haruka, placing a hand on Issei's chin, urged him to take care. Issei promised to protect the world from supernatural threats, determined to prevent any further harm to others. Haruka smiled, and Kaji felt a sense of relief knowing that 2 of Juzo's grandchildren were committed to a noble cause, reflecting on where things had gone wrong with his son, Issei. Issei inquired about the status of their potential 6th Ranger, but both Kaji and Haruka had no information to provide. Kaji expressed his frustration, explaining that their scouts had found no trace of a 6th Ranger or any key associated with one. Haruka questioned whether Issei's team would even have a sixth ranger, to which Issei responded that many Sentai teams included a sixth ranger or, in rare cases, a sixth warrior. He mentioned that Marvelous had informed him of a sixth warrior he needed to locate, and while the key had been found, its exact location remained unknown. Issei speculated that if it was not on Earth, it could be anywhere in the universe. Haruka nodded, understanding the implications. Issei reassured Haruka that there was no need to worry about the key falling into the wrong hands. He believed that the sixth ranger key would choose a worthy wielder. Haruka expressed her concern that someone from Issei's former family might gain this power. Issei was confident that this would not happen, as Marvelous had explained that the ranger keys selected their wielders based on the heart of the ranger. He noted that the members of the Hyoudou clan lacked the qualities necessary to wield such power, with only Ji-san and Marine possessing the heart of a true ranger. Meanwhile, the news of the defeat of the Nagrani Bella had spread throughout the Eastern pantheons, leaving many in shock over the fall of such a powerful queen at the hands of 5 pirates. Anger and a longing for revenge simmered among the pantheon members, but fear of the Gokagers kept them from acting. Even the gods began to fear the pirates, prompting the surviving Nagas to go into hiding. One Najin, however, was determined to uncover the truth about the Gokagers. Despite her fear of being targeted, she sought answers regarding the pirates and the injustice her queen had faced. The loss of the Naagmani further wounded the pride of the surviving Nagas. Issei awoke, aware that it was his first day at Kuo Academy. He anticipated encountering his former siblings and parents. He muttered to himself about the day ahead when he felt a weight on his hand. Turning, he discovered Ingvild sleeping beside him, holding his hand. She yawned and greeted him with a gentle smile. Issei sighed, accustomed to her presence, which was almost undetectable. Ingvild had a unique ability to infiltrate any location without being noticed. He reminded her that she needed her own room, but she playfully feigned ignorance. Issei sighed again as Ingvild nuzzled his hand, causing him to blush. He urged her to get up for school, but she looked at him with a sad expression, her eyes glistening with tears, and expressed her reluctance to go. Issei acknowledged that no one wanted to attend school, but they needed to face any potential threats from the crows or devils. Ingvild continued to look at him with her sad face, prompting Issei to smile, realizing she was not going to relent easily. Eventually, Ingvild agreed to 5 more minutes of rest, her face lighting up with joy. She pulled Issei closer and cuddled against him, and he decided to indulge her, feeling it was the least he could do after everything she had been through. He was uncertain about their relationship but wanted to give her the time she needed to figure out her feelings. Curious, Issei asked if she would ever be with someone attractive. Ingvild quickly dismissed the idea, insisting she would rather consume holy light than be with his brother or anyone else deemed pretty. As she spoke, she blushed, realizing the implications of her words. Embarrassment washed over her as she held herself closer, wishing she had confessed differently. Issei smiled, reassured that Ingvild would remain by his side, unaware of the depth of her feelings for him, which only intensified her blush. Issei and Ingvild had just woken up to find the others gathered around the dining table. Valerie remarked on their late rise, expressing relief that they had finally joined the group. Issei inquired about their upcoming trip to Kuo, prompting Genshiro to share his reservations. He revealed that he was not particularly fond of the place, as it was where his parents had experienced a tragic accident. Seorg comforted him, hoping their stay would be brief. Ingvild then pointed out the urgency of their mission, noting that the devil heiresses were not fulfilling their responsibilities and that they needed to address the threat posed by the fallen angels. Valerie shifted the conversation to Seorg, asking about his feelings on reuniting with his cousin, who studied at Kuro. Seorg expressed gratitude for the assistance he had received, acknowledging that without Issei and the Kishinami family, his mother might still be in a comatose state. He lamented the Bale clan's decision to exile him and his mother for not producing a child with the power of destruction, a sentiment the others understood well given the arrogance of the Bale clan. When Valerie asked if Seorg wanted to be a Mao, he dismissed the idea, stating that being a pirate was far more appealing. He preferred the freedom it offered, away from the power-hungry individuals in his family. Valerie agreed, expressing her disdain for how the Bale clan had usurped power from the Satans, driven by their insatiable lust for control. Genshiro then prompted his teammates about their aliases, questioning whether they should adopt new names. Valerie sighed, finding the idea tedious. Ingvild suggested that using aliases might help them avoid detection by the devils. Valerie, however, was adamant about keeping her name, confident in her abilities to defend herself if necessary. Ingvild, being the more responsible one, felt the need to keep Valerie's impulsiveness in check. The boys observed the exchange, noting how Valerie and Ingvild had transformed from rivals to close friends. Genshiro turned to Seorg, asking for his alias. After some thought, Seorg suggested Ball, which earned him disapproving looks from the others. He quickly realized it was not a suitable choice and admitted he had no better ideas. Issei, who had been silent, asserted that they did not need to change their names unless they wanted to. He emphasized that they would fight for their freedom, as pirates do, and would not allow anyone to take it from them. His teammates nodded in agreement, aware that they would have to confront challenges, especially from Bella, who had a reputation for torturing her enemies before killing them. As they finished their meal, Issei reminded everyone to prepare for their first day at Kuo Academy, where they would encounter Sona Citri, the devil sister of the current Mao Leviathan. Genshiro added that they should not forget about Issei's former siblings, who would likely present significant challenges. Issei grimaced at the thought of facing them, feeling a strong longing to confront them directly. Later, at Kuo Academy, the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. The school had transitioned from an all-girls institution to a co-ed environment, although girls still outnumbered boys. The academy featured multiple divisions, including primary, high school, and college levels, and hosted various annual events. The 5 Gokagers arrived, dressed in their Kuo Academy uniforms. The boys wore the standard male attire, with Issei opting for a red t-shirt underneath his open jacket, while the girls sported their uniforms, with Valerie adding a yellow jacket for flair. Valerie commented on the school's reputation, noting its history as an all-girls academy and the depths of female students in the current environment. Seorg acknowledged that they would likely face some challenges due to this dynamic. The group needed to adjust to their new situation for a while. Seorg's words prompted a nod from his companions as they began to enter the Shurtorai office. Upon arrival, they were met by the Citri peerage, who were disguised as the student council. At the forefront was Sona Citri, the king of the peerage, a bespectacled young woman with a slim figure, short black hair, and violet eyes. Beside her stood Tsubaki Shinra, the queen and vice president of the student council, who had long, straight black hair that reached her knees and heterochromic eyes, violet on the left and light brown on the right. The other members included Tomo Meguri, a appealing girl with shoulder-length reddish-brown hair styled in twin tails and brown eyes, Rei Kusaka, a slim girl with long brown hair ending in short braids and matching eyes, adorned with a blue headband, Tsubasa, a tall girl with blue shoulder-length hair and a tomboyish appearance, and Momo Hanakai, a young girl with white hair and blue-green eyes, typically dressed in a Kuo Academy uniform. Sona inquired if the newcomers were the new students, to which they nodded in confirmation. Issei then requested their schedules, addressing Sona with respect. Sona instructed Tsubaki to retrieve the timetables. As she did so, Sona's demeanor changed when she recognized Issei, recalling a past incident involving these individuals and the Phoenix clan. She felt a chill of fear, knowing the dangerous reputation they held after having dealt with various devils in the past. Sona handed over the timetables, explaining that classes would commence at 10:30 a.m. and conclude at 4:30 p.m., with additional time needed for extracurricular activities. The early visit was necessary for them to collect their schedules and uniforms. Once they left the room, Sona took a moment to breathe, visibly shaken. Momo, concerned, asked what was wrong. Sona revealed that the Gokagers were present, which shocked the Citri peerage. Tsubasa expressed disbelief, realizing the implications of their presence. Sona confirmed that these individuals were known for their willingness to eliminate anyone who posed a threat to humans, recalling the fate of the Nagrani of Naglok, whom the Gokagers had defeated. Tsubaki suggested informing the Satans, but Sona, pale with fear, quickly dismissed the idea. She understood that confronting the Gokagers would be a death sentence. Additionally, Sona noted that her sister would likely seek revenge against Gokai Yellow, who had previously been defeated by them. They agreed to keep the Gokagers' presence a secret. As the conversation continued, Momo pointed out the potential danger posed by the Gremory peerage, particularly due to the animosity between the Kishinami clan and the siblings of the Gremory family. The group recognized that provoking the Gokagers would lead to dire consequences. Sona emphasized the importance of not provoking the newcomers, detailing the formidable abilities of each member of the Gokagers. Issei Kishinami was known as the strongest member of his clan, capable of standing against Satan-class beings. Seorg Bale had proven his strength in close combat, while Valerie Lucifer was a fierce warrior known for her love of battle. Genshiro Saji was an exceptional scout with a keen ability to detect threats, and Ingvild Leviathan possessed powers that could enhance dragons. Each member was a force to be reckoned with, and any confrontation with them would likely result in disaster for the Citri peerage. The group nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of their situation. Sona sighed as she considered the situation with the Gremory peerage. She expressed her hope that they would not act foolishly, acknowledging that they could only offer suggestions. If they made poor choices, it would be on them. The members of her peerage nodded in agreement before heading off to their classes to begin the day. Meanwhile, the 5 Gokagers were making their way to their new classrooms. Valerie remarked on the new class, prompting Genshiro to point out Sona's reaction after analyzing them. Genshiro confirmed that Sona was aware of their identities, noting that their names had not been changed. They had previously encountered her during a confrontation with Seraphal, thanks to a certain battle enthusiast among them. Issei, feeling the weight of the situation, mentioned that they would have to deal with new classmates, specifically the siblings Rei and Issei Hyoudou, who were in the same year as them. He expressed his frustration that Sona had placed them with those particular students. The Gokagers were aware of the challenges ahead. Despite Dai and Rei being younger than Issei and Mari, their intelligence and achievements had allowed them to enter Crow Academy early, landing them in the second year of high school. Seorg suggested that confronting them directly might be the only way to handle the situation. The others agreed, and they entered the classroom where the teacher introduced the new students. The girls admired the 3 boys, while the boys were captivated by the 2 girls. However, Dai and Rei found Issei to be particularly familiar. Dai, with his dark brown hair and decent looks, was also eyeing Ingvild and Valerie with interest. Rei, with her orange-brown hair and striking figure, recognized Issei and felt a surge of anger at the thought of him being in the same class. The teacher announced the arrival of 5 new students who would be with the class for the rest of the year. Valerie stepped forward first, introducing herself and making it clear that she was not interested in dating anyone, which intimidated the boys. Genshiro followed, introducing himself with a respectful tone that garnered some interest from the girls. Ingvild gently introduced herself, reiterating Valerie's sentiment about not wanting to be asked out, which caused disappointment among the boys. Seorg introduced himself next, impressing the girls with his muscular build, while the boys felt a mix of jealousy and intimidation. Finally, Issei introduced himself as a member of the Kishinami family, which caused a stir among Rei and Dai, who recognized him and felt animosity towards him due to past grievances. The class was eager to ask questions, but the teacher reminded them that they could do so during the break. He directed the new students to take their seats at the back of the classroom. As they settled in, Rei expressed her anger towards Issei, while Dai formulated a plan to get back at him. They agreed that the upcoming physical education class would present the perfect opportunity to ruin Issei's reputation. Later, in the Crow Academy canteen, Issei was making his way to the lunch table, aware that he was running late. Before he could reach his friends, he was confronted by Rei, who was visibly angry. Issei narrowed his gaze and made it clear that he had no obligation to explain his presence to her. Rei, filled with rage, was ready to confront him, but Issei warned her against it, confident in his abilities. Rei, determined to prove herself, used her magic to summon her sacred gear, Chaos Talon, which transformed her left hand into a formidable weapon. Issei, sensing her anger, prepared himself for the confrontation, confident that with his partner Draig's support, he would prevail against her. She was merely a dragon king, unable to defeat Tannen. Although she might be considered strong, Rei would never match Tiamat's power. Issei was determined to demonstrate his capabilities. In a sudden move, Issei kicked Rei in the stomach, causing her to cough. He followed up with a punch to her face, sending her flying. As she staggered, nearly collapsing, she clutched her stomach in pain. Issei taunted her, remarking on her lack of improvement over the years. He boasted that even in his base form, he could bring her to her knees without relying on his sacred gear or Gokaiger powers. Rei's shock turned to fury as she clenched her fists, vowing to one day kill him. Issei laughed at her threat, revealing his sacred gear, the boosted gear. Tiamat's gear recognized him as the Red Dragon Emperor, and he confirmed this, asserting that with his current host, they stood no chance against him. Tiamat growled in anger, while Draig declared that they would no longer be harmed. The war that had caused so much suffering would end. Rei, fueled by anger, unleashed chaos flames from her gear. Although powerful, they were slightly weaker than Draig's flames, yet capable of turning everything to ash except their own. Issei responded by activating his morpher, transforming into Gokai Red amidst a massive explosion. He declared his intent to make the battle showy and fired several shots from his Gokai gun. Rei dodged the attacks and defended herself with her spear, but Issei countered with a series of strikes, forcing her to deflect some while others hit their mark. Tiamat urged Rei to use her flames again, but Issei interrupted, changing forms once more. He inserted a different key into his mobilate, transforming into Redbuster and wielding the Sogon blade. With newfound speed, he dodged Rei's flames and struck her from behind, causing her to scream in pain. He taunted her, emphasizing her lack of chance against him, even with her sacred gear. Pressing a button on his sword, he unleashed a powerful slash attack, causing Rei to screech in agony. As she moved helplessly, explosion erupted. Issei announced that the shutdown was complete, reverting to his Gokai Red form. He looked at Rei, now unconscious, and expressed his longing for her to live in fear of him. He warned her that if she continued to annoy him, he would ensure her clan faced dire consequences before walking away, demorphing in a flash of red light to head to the canteen for food. Before he could reach his destination, Tiamat shouted at him, threatening regret for his actions against her host. Issei dismissed her threats, mocking her inability to protect her treasure and accusing her of using others as pawns. He expressed his hunger and lack of time for her, hoping she would move on from her lost treasure before he was forced to take further action. While Rei held no value to him, he recalled Draig mentioning that Tiamat had not always been this way. Time passed, and Issei was on his way home when he was approached by an attractive young woman with violet eyes and long, silky black hair. She wore a school uniform that resembled Hakuno's but with distinct differences. Issei sensed her aura as that of a fallen angel and noted her desperate attempt to fit in as a schoolgirl, which fell short. Despite this, he recognized her dedication. Any ordinary human might have been charmed by her appearance. Curious about her intentions, Issei asked what she wanted. Blushing, she stammered her invitation to go out with him. Taken aback, Issei blinked in surprise, questioning whether she truly wanted to go out with him. He wondered if she did not recognize him, as he had not hidden his identity much. Issei presumed that the woman in front of him was aware that the man beside him had slain the Cadre Kokobile along with his team. He sighed, feeling a bit out of place, and indicated that he had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the area. He needed time to understand his surroundings before making any plans. The woman suggested meeting on Saturday, and Issei considered it, mentioning that he would think about it and had the following day to decide. She smiled brightly and proposed exchanging numbers, allowing him to inform her of his decision the next day. Issei complied, noting her name as Yuma Amano. She confirmed her identity and expressed hope to meet on Saturday if he agreed to the date before saying goodbye and walking away into the darkness. Issei reflected on the encounter, finding her intriguing. As he turned around, he noticed someone watching him. He encouraged the observer to come out, assuring them he would not harm them if they approached quietly. To his surprise, a petite girl emerged from the bushes. She had white hair and gold eyes, with long bangs framing her face and a short bob cut at the back. She wore a black cat-shaped hair clip and the Kuo Academy girls' school uniform, minus the shoulder cape. Issei recognized her as Kaneko Tuju, a first-year student known for her mascot-like demeanor. He asked her why she had been spying on him, sensing her nervousness and fear due to his power. Kaneko hesitated, aware of the potential danger she was in, but Issei reassured her that he meant no harm unless provoked. He suggested they talk while heading to the supermarket, as he needed to buy groceries for his new home. Kaneko agreed, and they made their way to the supermarket. As Issei selected vegetables and chicken for dinner, he noticed Kaneko gazing longingly at some chocolate. He offered to buy it for her, but she initially declined. However, her growling stomach betrayed her, and Issei took her reaction as a silent agreement. He purchased the chocolate and handed it to her, watching as she eagerly opened it and began to enjoy the treat. Curious about her earlier actions, Issei inquired again about why she had been watching him. Kaneko explained that she and her group wanted to understand the intentions of the fallen angels, particularly because Rias, their leader, was concerned about the activities of Issei and his companions. Issei clarified that they were not a threat to Rias as long as she did not interfere with their mission to eliminate the fallen angels, who were failing in their duties. Kaneko absorbed this information, realizing that Rias feared the implications of Issei's words. As they reached Issei's home, a large mansion made of stone and wood, Kaneko expressed her surprise. Issei explained that the mansion, which had 7 bedrooms, belonged to his maternal grandfather, who had gifted it to him. Kaneko acknowledged the time and recognized the need to return, as her MR might become concerned. She waved goodbye before heading back to the Occult Research Club to report on her findings. Issei watched her leave, feeling that he had found a way to address the issues posed by the fallen angels in the area. Issei returned home to share the latest developments with his team. Valerie and Ingvild were particularly shocked by the news, while Genshiro and Seorg expressed their concern. Mari, appearing in hologram form, was also present for the meeting. Valerie's surprise was evident when she learned that Issei had accepted a date with a fallen angel. Ingvild felt a mix of annoyance and jealousy, questioning Issei's decision. Issei explained that he aimed to gather information about the fallen infestation in their town, believing that the fallen angel would be the best source. He noted that these beings often ambush their targets when least expected, making this approach their most viable option. Mari voiced her apprehension about the plan, warning Issei of the risks involved. She reminded him that if he did not act quickly, he could be in grave danger. Genshiro recalled a past encounter with a fallen angel that had nearly cost him and his siblings their lives, a memory that still haunted him. He had joined the Gokagers after proving his determination to protect his family. Genshiro expressed his worries about Issei's safety, fearing for his life. Issei reassured him, stating that regardless of his decision to accept the date, the fallen angel would pursue him. This revelation left the team in silence, prompting Mari to suggest a plan. She proposed that Issei accept the date while a small tracking team accompanied him, consisting of Valerie and Seorg. Ingvild and Genshiro would form another team to monitor for any potential threats. As they prepared for the mission, Mari asked about the previous day's events, hinting at an incident involving Rei attacking Issei at school. The team knew they needed to inform her of the situation before it escalated further. The Gokai galleon soared through the sky, with Issei surveying the area. He gripped his Gokai key, readying himself for the challenges ahead. Captain Marvelous observed from above, pleased to see Issei in action. Issei sat confidently, flanked by Genshiro and Ingvild on one side, and Valerie and Seorg on the other. They transformed into their Gokai colors, each embodying their respective roles within the team. The scene shifted to Issei at the helm of the Gokai galleon, while Seorg trained vigorously in the gym, honing his skills against punching bags and dummies. Valerie engaged in combat with training droids using her sacred gear, while Genshiro took care of his siblings, who cheered him on. Ingvild focused on refining battle strategies, assisting Issei in perfecting their plans. Meanwhile, Mari worked on a new cannon design to aid the team, smiling as she caught the camera's attention. As the team examined the keys from the current 48 different Sentai, they suddenly fell to the ground. Flurry of motion, Issei and his companions morphed into their Gokaiger forms, desperately reaching for the keys. Issei pushed himself to grab his Gokai red key, and with determination he succeeded, joined by the others in their efforts. The scene transitioned to the team confronting clan members who had come to hunt them down. Issei clashed with the fallen angels, while Genshiro faced a blue-haired opponent, who initially smirked but soon felt fear. The Gokaigers stood united, witnessing a blonde girl being rescued from a dire situation. In a powerful moment, Issei confronted Dai and Rei, instilling fear in them as he publicly humiliated them. He made it clear that he held no regard for them, and with his team by his side, they took down their enemies one by one, leaving them begging for mercy as they walked away. The Hyoudou clan was left in ruins. The final scene depicted Issei, Hyoudou, Valerie, Seorg, and Genshiro standing proudly on the mast of the Gokai galleon as it sailed forward. With smiles on their faces, they prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead, striking heroic poses with their weapons as the Gokai galleon loomed behind them. Reflecting on the day's events, Issei recounted how Rei had foolishly attacked him without provocation, resulting in her defeat. He had made a strong statement during their encounter, revealing that she possessed the Chaos Gauntlets and that even Tiamat was after him. The team understood the gravity of the situation, recalling that even after centuries, she continued to pursue Draig's hosts. Issei acknowledged the situation, realizing that his so-called sister would likely be used against him. Seorg suggested that eliminating her would be the best course of action. Valerie, however, pointed out that Tiamat would probably find another host and continue the CY seal. They had managed to convince Draig and Albion to set aside their rivalry, but Tiamat was even more stubborn. Albion had informed them of her persistence, and they needed to find a way to either calm her or destroy her. Mari proposed sealing Tiamat, mentioning that their grandfather had seals capable of preventing her gear from escaping. She believed she could create a permanent seal and lock her away in the vault. Hyoudou added that her singing, using her sacred gear Nereid Kairi, could incapacitate Tiamat, ensuring she wouldn't cause any further problems. Draig agreed, recalling the pain he experienced when Tiamat sang during training, which had completely shut down his partner. Valerie, annoyed by the reminder of past conflicts, expressed her frustration, but Hyoudou reassured her that it was all behind them. Mari then shifted the focus back to their immediate concerns, instructing Issei to have his key ready in case Tiamat tried anything. She also mentioned working on a combination weapon that would allow them to utilize all their Gokaiger powers. As she displayed a projection of the weapon, the Gokaigers were impressed. Seorg inquired if it would use all their Ranger keys simultaneously, to which Mari confirmed that it could handle the strain of all 5 keys working together. Hyoudou asked how long Mari had been working on the weapon. Mari revealed that she had been at it for 3 days, facing some setbacks but nearing completion. Issei expressed concern for her well-being, but Mari reassured him that she was managing her college work alongside the project and planned to finish her studies in Australia once she helped them. As the day came to a close, Mari decided to wrap up her work and planned to continue the next day. She requested that if Dai and Rei caused any trouble, they should record it for her, as she wanted to see the aftermath. With that, Mari ended the call, and the group shared dinner before heading off to sleep. Later that night, in the Hyoudou clan mansion, Goro Hyoudou paced angrily. The mansion, a white Western-style compound with multiple floors, had been remodeled after the death of Juzo, a decision made in anger over the clan's leadership choices. Goro was furious that his former son had returned, while there was still no sign of his daughter. The news that the supposed weaklings of the clan had become powerful infuriated him even more. He felt humiliated by Rei's injury at Issei's hands, even if it was not critical. Miki, Goro's wife, appeared in the corridor, ready for bed. She informed him that Rei was not doing well, feeling defeated by Issei's return and her inability to match his strength despite years of training. Meanwhile, Rei was in her room, taking a bath. As water cascaded over her, she clenched her fists in anger, vowing to defeat Issei once and for all. Back in the corridor, Miki lamented Goro's nerve in returning after everything he had done. Goru, filled with controlled anger, acknowledged that their enemies had supported Issei, making it difficult for them to act. He expressed the need to devise a plan, aware that Issei and his team had mercilessly taken down many supernatural beings, including Nagrani Bella, which had angered many in the Hindu faction. As the clock struck midnight, Issei looked out the window, anticipating the challenges that awaited him the next day. He knew that Dai and Rei would likely confront him, and he also needed to relay a message to Yuma. Just then, Ingvild called out to him, appearing in a pink nightgown. Issei was taken aback when he saw Ingvild in her nightgown. He wondered what had prompted her to wear it. She approached him with a request to sleep beside him that night. When he asked her why, she looked away, her gaze dropping to the ground, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. She hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Issei, concerned, placed a hand on her shoulder, causing her to gasp in surprise. He noticed her flushed face and heavy breathing, prompting him to ask what was wrong. Ingvild felt overwhelmed by the closeness between them, her embarrassment intensifying. Outside, Valerie and Genshiro were observing the scene unfold. Valerie sighed, realizing how predictable the situation was, and muttered about Issei's obliviousness. Genshiro commented on the effectiveness of Ingvild's nightgown, recalling Issei's preferences for certain body types. Their conversation took a turn when Genshiro teased Valerie about her feelings for Issei, which led to a playful confrontation between them. Valerie, embarrassed, tried to silence Genshiro, who had unwittingly revealed her crush. Just then, Seorg appeared, questioning their presence and reminding them of the importance of respecting each other's privacy. He decided to escort them back to their rooms, insisting that they should not be wandering around at this hour. Meanwhile, Issei urged Ingvild to speak up, expressing his concern for her well-being. She struggled to gather her courage and finally confessed that she did not want him to date the fallen angel. Issei was taken aback by her request and sought to understand her feelings. Ingvild, feeling a pang in her heart, explained that it hurt her to see him with someone else. Issei, realizing her feelings for him, was surprised and touched by her vulnerability. As tears welled in Ingvild's eyes, Issei comforted her, wiping away her tears and reassuring her that he would not pursue a relationship with the fallen angel. He acknowledged the danger posed by her and expressed his longing to be honest about his feelings. Ingvild, blushing, admitted that she liked him, and Issei proposed that they become a couple from that moment on. She smiled, her blush deepening, and agreed. With a sense of contentment, they decided to go to sleep, trusting each other completely. Ingvild nestled against Issei, resting her head on him as he smiled and wished her good night. They drifted off to sleep, Issei holding her protectively, promising to always be by her side. The next morning, Ingvild awoke to find Issei still holding her close. His warm breath against her neck made her blush, but she felt happiness knowing they were finally a couple. She snuggled closer to him, feeling the strength of his embrace, and decided to savor the moment for a little while longer. Ingvild expressed her feelings for Issei, revealing her affection with a simple declaration of love. When Issei woke up and acknowledged her, Ingvild felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing as steam seemed to rise from her head. Issei, noticing her state, asked if she was okay. Ingvild could only hum in response, overwhelmed by her emotions. He embraced her tightly and suggested they take their time waking up. Feeling a mix of shyness and excitement, Ingvild decided to ask Issei a question that had been on her mind. She inquired about his feelings for a fallen angel, curious if he found her appealing. Issei explained that all fallen angels possess a certain allure, often using their charm to manipulate others for their own gain. Despite her innocent facade, he had seen through her act, which made Ingvild look away, contemplating his words. She then questioned whether Issei intended to reject this fallen angel. Issei affirmed his lack of interest, expressing his distrust towards fallen angels, citing a past incident involving a blue-haired one who had caused significant harm. He had given the fallen angel a chance to avoid confrontation, but he was resolute in his decision not to date someone he could not trust. Ingvild nodded, understanding his perspective, and they both agreed it was time to get ready for school, knowing their friends would be waiting for them. Meanwhile, on a rooftop in Kuo, Yuma received her orders to monitor Issei Hyoudou. Her superiors had informed her that Issei was often accompanied by Gokai Red, a target of interest for the fallen angels. Many had failed in attempts to capture or eliminate him, and the fallen angels sought to question him and his allies due to their collaboration with various factions that posed a threat to their existence. Yuma received a message from Issei, informing her that he had found someone else and would not be able to meet her. Frustration welled up within her as her plans crumbled. Taking a deep breath, she decided to rethink her strategy and, with a sudden transformation, sprouted black wings and took to the sky, leaving behind a trail of black feathers. At Ko Academy's canteen, Issei enjoyed lunch with Valerie. She inquired about the arrival of their friends, and Issei informed her that they would be there shortly. Valerie then brought up Issei's new relationship with Ingvild, to which Issei confirmed that they had officially become a couple after Ingvild had confessed her feelings. Their conversation was interrupted when Dai, accompanied by Rei and several other girls, approached Issei with a serious demeanor. One of the girls accused Issei of peeking into the girls' restroom, causing him to remain silent as he recognized the mischievous intent behind their accusations. Valerie defended Issei, asserting that he had been with her the entire time. Despite the accusations, Issei responded with a mocking tone, challenging the girls about their claims. He questioned why they had not confronted him directly if they had evidence of his supposed misbehavior. His unexpected bravado caught everyone off guard, including Dai and Rei, who had anticipated a more defensive reaction from him. As the tension escalated, Issei continued to challenge the accusations, asserting that if he were truly a pervert, they should have confronted him rather than resorting to gossip. The atmosphere was charged with uncertainty as he stood his ground, leaving the others to reconsider their approach. Issei had made it clear that he had no interest in the girls who were trying to confront him. Their annoyance escalated when one of them charged at him, declaring her intention to teach him a lesson. In a swift motion, Issei caught her hand and twisted it, resulting in a painful snap that caused her to scream. The girl, Hitori, looked down in horror at her injured hand, while Issei warned the others that anyone who attempted to attack him would suffer the same fate. Dai and Rei, furious at their failed plan to humiliate Issei, decided to take matters into their own hands. Dai charged at Issei, hoping to frame him and emerge as the hero. However, Issei deftly dodged the attack and retaliated with a brutal kick that broke Dai's nose, sending blood spilling. In a swift follow-up, Issei twisted Dai's hand, eliciting another scream of pain. Rei attempted to charge at Issei, but Valerie intervened, knowing that the two were trying to take advantage of the situation. As Dai writhed in pain, Issei warned him to confess to spreading rumors about him, or face dire consequences. Dai, panicked and desperate, tried to deflect the blame, but Issei's relentless assault continued. A powerful stomp to Dai's chest left him gasping for breath, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Valerie had successfully dodged Rei's attack and unleashed a rapid series of punches that left Rei battered and barely conscious. Valerie, recognizing the source of the rumors, vowed to ensure that they regretted their actions. With a final knee strike, she knocked Rei out cold, leaving the onlookers in shock at the display of violence. The girls, witnessing the brutal confrontation, were filled with fear. Murayama, unable to contain her dread, muttered a term that suggested they were dealing with something monstrous. Issei, unfazed, demanded that Dai confess to his role in the rumors. Despite Dai's defiance, Issei's relentless stomping brought him to tears, and he finally broke down, admitting to his malicious intentions. Issei declared that Dai was an example of what happened to those who crossed him. The girls, terrified, fled the scene, leaving Issei to contemplate the aftermath of the confrontation. Valerie, feeling a sense of empathy for Issei, suggested they leave the chaos behind and move on. They agreed and made their way to their next class, the rest of the day passing without incident. In the occult research clubroom later that afternoon, Rias Gremory was busy with paperwork when she received news about the arrival of the Gokagers. She was aware that they had come to deal with the fallen angel infestation. Rias, a striking young woman with long crimson hair and captivating blue eyes, reflected on the unpredictable nature of the Gokagers. She knew that crossing them could lead to dire consequences, as many had learned the hard way. Despite being labeled incompetent, Rias was playing it safe, aware of the chaos that could ensue if she underestimated the situation. Rias Gremory found herself deep in thought, contemplating her next move regarding the Gokagers. She understood that acting against the fallen angels could lead to a catastrophic war, a scenario she wanted to avoid at all costs. The memory of a member of the Phoenix clan, who had been ruthlessly killed by the Gokagers, weighed heavily on her mind. Rias was aware that confronting them could result in dire consequences, and she was determined to approach the situation with caution. As she deliberated, Akino Himejima, her fellow member of the Occult Research Club and the queen of Rias's peerage, approached her. Akino was striking, with long black hair and violet eyes, her beauty accentuated by her confident demeanor. Rias turned to Akino, who inquired about her thoughts on recruiting a new servant. Rias sighed, expressing her concerns about the Gokagers and whether they had become too complacent. Akino mused about the Gokagers' lethal capabilities, suggesting that they might possess knowledge that the ORC lacked. Rias then revealed her intention to recruit Dai and Issei Hyoudou but hesitated, reflecting on the recent incident involving Kishinami. She acknowledged that the Hyoudou brothers would likely bring more trouble than they were worth, despite their prestigious lineage. Rias felt a sense of relief at having avoided recruiting them, realizing that their presence could disrupt the harmony of her peerage. Akino, sensing Rias's unease, asked if she was all right. Rias reassured her that she was fine, albeit relieved for reasons she couldn't fully articulate. Together, they assessed the tasks ahead, knowing that Issei had not gone on a date with the fallen angel, and they pondered what challenges lay in store. Akino stood beside Rias, sharing in her relief that, for the moment, there would be no immediate problems to confront. As they prepared for the future, Rias felt a mix of apprehension and determination, ready to face whatever came next in their supernatural world. The Gokai galleon soared through the sky, with Issei surveying the area around him. He gripped his Gokai ki tightly, preparing for the impending battle against his enemies from the Hyoudou clan and the supernatural. Above him, Captain Marvelous observed with a smile, proud of Issei's determination. Seated on a chair, Issei smirked, flanked by Genshiro and Ingvild on his left, and Valerie and Seorg on his right. They all faced the camera, a united front. In a flash, they transformed into their respective Gokai colors. Genshiro in green, Ingvild in pink, Issei in red, Valerie in yellow, and Seorg in blue. The scene shifted to Issei at the helm of the Gokai galleon, confidently steering the ship. Meanwhile, Seorg trained vigorously in the gym, delivering powerful punches to a bag and sparring with training dummies using his sword. Valerie engaged in combat against training droids, showcasing her sacred gear's capabilities. Genshiro tended to his younger siblings, who cheered him on, while Ingvild meticulously worked on battle strategies, refining the plans Issei had devised. Mari was busy constructing a cannon to aid the team, glancing at the camera with a bright smile. Suddenly, the scene changed as Issei and his team observed the keys from the current 48 different Sentai fall to the ground. They quickly morphed into their Gokager forms, scrambling to seize a key. Issei reached out desperately for his Gokai red key, pushing himself to the limit until he finally grasped it, with the others successfully securing their keys as well. The narrative shifted to the team confronting the clan members who had come to hunt them down. Issei clashed with the fallen angels, while Genshiro faced a blue-haired fallen angel, who initially smirked but soon displayed fear. The Gokagers gazed at the horizon, witnessing a blonde-haired girl being crucified, but she was soon rescued. In another moment, Issei looked at Dai and Rei with a smirk, delivering a message that filled them with dread. He publicly humiliated them, decisively taking them down and making it clear that he held no regard for them. As he confronted his former parents, his team joined him in dismantling their enemies one by one, who begged for mercy as Issei and his companions walked away. The Hyoudou clan was left in ruins, forever tarnished. The final scene depicted Issei, Ingvild, Valerie, Seorg, and Genshiro standing proudly on the mast of the Gokai galleon as it sailed forward. The 5 rangers wore smiles, their ship advancing into the horizon. The scene concluded with the Gokagers striking poses with their weapons, the Gokai galleon proudly displayed behind them. Later that evening in Kuo, Issei stepped outside for a meetup suggested by Mari. He had asked Valerie and Seorg to accompany him as backup, anticipating that things might get complicated. He intended to clear the air with Yuma before matters escalated. He sent her a text, requesting that she come alone, and waited near the park fountain, glancing at his watch with patience. His Gokai key was ready, and he exchanged nods with Valerie and Seorg, who were concealed in the bushes, aware of their roles. Soon, Yuma approached, breathless and apologetic for her tardiness. Issei responded bluntly, asking if she genuinely wanted to pursue a relationship with him. The question caught Yuma off guard, causing her to blush and fidget nervously. She struggled to articulate her feelings, her gaze dropping to the ground. Issei raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her unexpected hesitation. He had anticipated various reactions but not this bashful uncertainty. Finally, Yuma met his gaze, her face still flushed, admitting that she hadn't expected such a question. Issei's straightforwardness was disarming, prompting her to reflect on her feelings. She hesitated, revealing a vulnerable side that surprised Issei. She thought he wouldn't care about such matters, but he expressed his longing for authenticity in their potential relationship. Yuma's heart raced as she contemplated her response, ultimately deciding she wanted to try. However, when Issei pressed further, questioning her intentions, Yuma flinched. She realized he had uncovered the truth about her identity as a fallen angel, a being often viewed with suspicion. Tears welled in her eyes as she faced the harsh reality of being judged for her kind. In a moment of anger, she transformed, summoning her wings and a light spear, ready to attack. Yet, as she trembled, Issei prepared to defend himself, but she faltered, dropping to the ground in tears. Issei, confused by her emotional outburst, watched as she glared at him, the weight of their confrontation hanging heavily in the air. Issei felt a twinge of guilt as he reflected on his past encounters with fallen angels, particularly one who had harmed his friend and teammate, Genshiro Saji, and his family. Hidden in the bushes, Valerie and Seorg observed the unfolding situation with surprise. They understood Issei's blunt and somewhat oblivious nature, but they also recognized that it could unintentionally hurt others. Ingvild was a prime example, and now it seemed this fallen angel was affected as well. While they did not blame Issei for his words to Yuma, they were taken aback by her emotional reaction. Valerie expressed her astonishment at Yuma's tears, noting that she had not expected such a response. They had intended to intervene, but their efforts were thwarted when Yuma suddenly began to shake and collapse to the ground. Seorg commented on her demeanor, suggesting she did not fit the typical mold of a fallen angel. Valerie agreed, pondering whether this might be the first genuinely good fallen angel they had encountered. Seorg reflected on the complexities of the supernatural world, recalling his own troubled family history, particularly the way his mother had been treated by his former relatives. He felt a fierce determination to confront his father one day, believing that he needed a valid reason to take such drastic action. Valerie understood the weight of his words, recognizing that, aside from Ingvild and Genshiro, the members of the Gokagers all had issues with their Bardage fathers. She too had vowed to confront her father and grandfather one day. Valerie reminded Seorg of their purpose, emphasizing that they were pirates who took what they wanted by force. Seorg nodded, fueled by his longing to dismantle everything his father had built. They began to strategize about which Sentai powers they would use if they had to confront Yuma. Meanwhile, Yuma glared at Issei, her anger palpable as she revealed her true identity. She expressed her frustration at having exposed herself, demanding that he flee in fear. All she had wanted was to learn more about the Gokagers for Azazel, believing Issei had a connection to their leader. Issei remained silent, unsure of how to respond. He realized that Yuma had not intended to harm him, she simply sought information. Before they could further engage, Issei sensed danger and reacted instinctively as a fallen angel hurled a light spear at Yuma. He rushed forward and tackled her to the ground, rolling several feet as he shielded her with his body. Yuma used her wings to protect them from the dust kicked up by their fall. Once they regained their footing, Yuma nodded, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Issei stood and faced their attacker, a middle-aged man with short black hair and dark blue eyes, dressed in a pale gray trench coat over a white shirt and black briefs. Yuma recognized the man and expressed her confusion, prompting Issei to inquire if she knew him. She confirmed that he was Danasik, who angrily accused her of failing to eliminate Issei as instructed. Yuma revealed that her real name was Rainer, and that she had used the alias Yuma Amano to get closer to him. Issei acknowledged this revelation, and Danasik threatened him with death. As Danasik prepared to strike, he was suddenly shot multiple times, causing him to drop his spear. He glared at Issei and Rainer, furious at their interference. Valerie and Seorg arrived on the scene, ready to confront Danasik. Seorg declared that he would not allow any harm to come to innocents, pointing out that Danasik had no MSTR since Kokobile was dead. Danasik's anger intensified as Valerie dismissed him, asserting that he was merely a follower of Kokobile. He defended his loyalty to Kokobile's vision, while Rainer felt conflicted, having once looked up to them. Issei then revealed his identity as Gokai Red, surprising Rainer. She was taken aback, realizing that he was the one she wanted to meet. Issei explained that stopping things they disliked was the essence of being a pirate, and he complimented Rainer's true name, causing a subtle blush to appear on her face. As they prepared for battle, Valerie, Seorg, and Issei retrieved their respective keys and activated their mobilates, ready to face Danasik together. Danasik, upon seeing the three Gokagers, felt a surge of determination and declared that he would not let them win. He unleashed a barrage of light spears, but it was too late. The Gokagers had already transformed into their powerful forms, effortlessly destroying the light spears with a combination of blaster shots and saber strikes. With anger fueling his movements, Danasik charged at the trio, consisting of Seorg as Gokai Blue, Valerie as Gokai Yellow, and Issei as Gokai Red. He aimed a spear strike at Issei, who blocked it with his saber. Danasik followed up with a flurry of blaster bolts, forcing Issei to shield himself with his wings. However, his defenses were compromised when Valerie struck him from behind, causing him to screech in pain. Seizing the moment, Seorg attacked, and with his wings incapacitated, Danasik was vulnerable. Issei and Valerie unleashed a rapid series of shots from their Gokai guns, further inflicting damage. In retaliation, Danasik fired more light spears at the three Gokagers, compelling them to defend themselves with their sabers and guns. Spotting an opening, he lunged forward, intent on stabbing Valerie with his light spear. Rainer, witnessing the impending danger, warned Valerie to be cautious. Danasik felt a rush of triumph, believing he was about to eliminate one of the Gokagers. However, Valerie swiftly countered by throwing her saber, grabbing his arm, and delivering a powerful kick to his chin, forcing his head back. As the saber fell to the ground, she retrieved it and slashed at his stomach, eliciting a painful screech from him. Danasik staggered back, clutching the wound on his chest. Valerie turned to Rainer, expressing her gratitude for the warning. Danasik glared at Rainer, filled with rage, and accused her of betrayal, but he could not finish his threat. Valerie fired multiple shots from her Gokai gun, causing him to shout in agony as he retreated further. With a mocking tone, Valerie dismissed him, angering Danasik even more. She exchanged a determined nod with Rainer, and soon after, Issei joined them. Together, they prepared for a decisive move. Issei excitedly proposed a show-stopping attack, to which Seorg eagerly agreed. The three of them removed their keys, proclaiming their transformation with fervor. They inserted the keys into their mobilate, which announced their next powerful form, Go Busters. Their suits were soon enveloped by green enetron particles, and their helmets were also covered. The trio felt a surge of energy as their sunglasses appeared next to them, transforming them into Takumiai's Sentai Go Busters. Seorg Bale took on the role of Blue Buster, Issei Kishinami became Red Buster, and Valerie, Lucifer assumed the mantle of Yellow Buster. With determination, Issei initiated the roll call, followed closely by Seorg and Valerie, each declaring their identities with enthusiasm. They struck powerful poses, and Issei crouched lower, asking if the Busters were ready. With a unified shout, they dashed forward to confront the downed Donasek. As the creature attempted to retaliate, Seorg seized his hand, twisting it with a swift motion that resulted in a sharp crack. Seorg, empowered by super strength and fueled by Enetron energy, unleashed a flurry of punches to Donasek's face, each blow inflicting significant damage. The fallen angel struggled to respond, unable to scream as Seorg continued his relentless assault. An uppercut from Seorg sent Donasek crashing to the ground, leaving him battered and bruised. Rainier watched in awe, impressed by the Gokager's capabilities. Donasek, now barely able to rise, revealed his wings in a desperate attempt to escape. Valerie, however, was determined to stop him. Coated in Enetron energy, she leaped high into the air, far beyond Donasek's reach, and executed a powerful flying drop kick that sent him crashing back down with a resounding thud. As Valerie landed beside Issei, the trio observed Donasek struggling to recover, his wings damaged from the attack. Valerie encouraged Issei to take his turn. With a burst of speed, Issei charged forward, his legs also infused with Enetron energy. He seized Donasek by the head and propelled him forward at incredible velocity, causing the fallen angel to scream in agony as his wings were torn apart. With a swift motion, Issei hurled Donasek at high speed, bringing him crashing down once more. The creature lay on the ground, barely able to stand, fear evident in his eyes as he faced the three Gokagers. Recognizing their advantage, Issei declared it was time to finish the battle. The trio activated their traspods, small devices on their shoulder straps, and a new voice announced their next move. They drew their Ishigan blasters and adjusted the zoom, preparing for a powerful shot. Donasek, filled with dread, watched as they unleashed a supercharged blast. As the energy struck him, he screamed in pain, sparkles erupting from his body as he uttered his final words of defiance before exploding. The trio struck their victory poses, and Issei confirmed that the shutdown was complete. Returning to their original forms, the Gokagers felt a sense of accomplishment as their weapons vanished. Rainier approached them, and Issei turned to her, inquiring about her next steps. She hesitated, expressing her fear of being killed like Donasek. She recalled the terrifying expression of Kokabeel, who had met a similar fate at the hands of Gokai Red. Seorg responded, indicating that their decision depended on her willingness to share information about Kokabeel's plans. Valerie reminded them that Rainier had assisted them against Donasek, noting that she was the first fallen angel they had encountered who did not seem power-hungry, unlike others they had faced. Rainier, surprised, contemplated her response before revealing that she had information but preferred to discuss it in a safer location. The Gokagers agreed, and together they headed back to the mansion where they were staying, aware that their battle was far from over. There could be more fallen angels like Donasek who posed a threat to them. Later that evening, in Issei's house, the Gokagers gathered with Rainier, who was now the focus of their interrogation. She felt anxious, knowing the potential consequences of her situation. Issei adopted a serious tone, asking what she wanted to know about them. Rainier bluntly stated that Shemhazai was concerned about the Gokagers exterminating fallen angels, while Azazel was curious about them. Seorg expressed surprise at Azazel's interest, considering the Gokagers' history of mercilessly defeating fallen angels. Valerie reflected on her own experiences, recalling her traumatic past and the pain caused by her family. Genshiro, with a serious demeanor, questioned what should be done with Rainier, suggesting that they should eliminate her due to her connection to Azazel. Valerie, worried about Rainier's reaction, tried to intervene, but Genshiro's anger flared as he insisted that he could never trust a fallen angel again. Seorg decided to check on Genshiro, leaving Rainier feeling uneasy as she realized how the Gokagers viewed her kind. Despite the disdain many of her peers held for humans, Rainier found it difficult to share their views. Her loyalty to Azazel motivated her longing for advancement within Grigori. She felt a sense of confusion regarding a particular individual. Issei informed her that the blue-haired fallen angel had harmed him, revealing that it was someone Rainier once considered a friend. This friend had allied with Kokabeel when he turned rogue, and her betrayal had left a lasting impact on Rainier. Rainier recognized the name Kalawarna, recalling Issei's earlier mention of her during their encounter with Donasek. Calawarna embodied the typical traits of a fallen angel, possessing an alluring appearance and a cunning personality. Influenced by Kokobile, she reveled in the elimination of sacred gear wielders, making her a significant threat that the group needed to address swiftly. Later that evening, Genshiro stood alone on the balcony of Issei's house, contemplating his thoughts when Seorg approached him. Genshiro expressed his reluctance to discuss his feelings, revealing his mistrust of fallen angels following recent events. He decided to step outside to clear his mind and gather groceries for the group, donning his coat to shield himself from the chilly winds that heralded the approaching winter. As he prepared to leave, Seorg expressed concern for Genshiro's well-being, handing him a slip that would alert their team if his heart rate spiked. Genshiro accepted it, acknowledging the importance of being cautious given his recent change in demeanor. Seorg then set off to procure the groceries, intending to inform the rest of their team about Genshiro's unusual behavior. Meanwhile, back inside the house, Valerie confirmed that Calawarna was likely the last of Kokobile's remnants, noting the significant decline in the fallen population due to their previous actions. Ingvild added that there were still a few who had worked with Satinel, a name that sparked confusion in Rainer. She learned that the group had previously collaborated with Team /Dog to confront Satinel, who had narrowly escaped their encounter. Rainer reflected on Satinel's calm demeanor during their confrontation, recognizing that he was driven by an obsession with sacred gear research, indifferent to the consequences of his actions. Before their discussion could progress further, Seorg entered the room with troubling news. Saji had left the house to get groceries while in a sour mood. The group grew concerned, fearing he might confront the fallen angels alone. Rainer felt a pang of sadness, aware that her kind had inflicted harm on Saji. She inquired about the circumstances that led to his current state, learning that Calawarna was responsible for nearly causing harm to his siblings. Issei, taking the situation seriously, decided to follow Saji, sensing that someone was targeting him. He left the house with a promise to keep an eye on Genshiro, determined to prevent any reckless actions that could lead to danger. In a different world, far removed from Earth, Gokai Silver stood resolute against his adversaries. Clenching his fists in anger, he prepared to confront them. This world was alien to him, yet the presence of 4 individuals charging toward him ignited a fierce determination within him. As the blonde woman among them lunged at him with murderous intent, he swiftly countered her attack, striking her down with precision and speed. The battle was fierce, and Gokai Silver was determined to make them pay for the torment he had endured. The battle raged on as a black-haired woman with cat ears prepared to unleash her weapon. However, before she could act, several shots rang out, causing her to scream in pain. The Silver Ranger, with his spear transformed into gun mode, focused on her with a confident demeanor. He leaped into the air, quickly switching to spear mode. With precision, he unleashed a series of strikes aimed at her abdomen, followed by a powerful kick to her chest that sent her flying, rendering her unconscious. His attention shifted to his next opponent, a white-haired girl who was poised to attack with her blade. The Silver Ranger was faster. He jabbed her with the spear, causing her to cough. He followed up with a swift strike to her face, eliciting a screech of pain. Changing his spear back to gun mode, he fired several shots at her, causing her body to flicker with a bright blue hue. He then sliced her in the gut, sending her crashing to the ground. As she lay there, she glared at him in anger before succumbing to unconsciousness. Another girl with silver eyes rushed forward, vowing revenge. The Silver Ranger sidestepped her attack and sliced her stomach, causing her to flicker a bright red. He kicked her into the air, making her cough. The sight of her fear only fueled his anger. He switched his spear back to gun mode and fired multiple shots at her stomach, the force propelling her upward before she fell with a thud. Taking a moment to distance himself, the Silver Ranger prepared for his final move. His spear began to glow with a brilliant silver light as an announcement echoed in the air, signaling the final wave. He aimed at the silver-eyed girl and unleashed a supercharged bullet, which she attempted to counter with her semblance. However, the attack was too swift and powerful, striking her directly. The impact elicited a blood-curdling screech from her, and she sparkled in pain before exploding in a burst of energy. The girl was sent flying, her glow flickering one last time before fading away. She lay battered and bruised, her clothes torn and her weapon shattered. Tears streamed down her face as she coughed up blood, overwhelmed by the pain. The Silver Ranger looked at her with contempt, dismissing her as pathetic and questioning her claim to be part of a hero team. As he turned to leave, the silver-eyed girl attempted to rise and reach for him but ultimately fell unconscious, tears still falling from her eyes. He made his way to the bullhead, determined to confront the man responsible for the chaos. He threatened him, insisting they return home, as he had no intention of leaving anyone behind to perish alongside the fallen warriors. The scene shifted, marking a transition in the story. The next chapter would bring the final confrontation with the fallen angels, setting the stage for the Silver Ranger arc to begin. The fate of the remaining adversaries hung in the balance, with only 2 fallen angels left and a horde of priests to contend with. The mysteries surrounding the Silver Ranger and his true identity would soon be revealed, along with the history of Kalawarna and Genshiro, adding depth to the unfolding narrative. In the quiet alleyway of Kuro, Genshiro returned from grocery shopping, feeling satisfied that he had gathered enough supplies for the day. The evening air was filled with the sounds of distant cars and the laughter of children playing, creating a peaceful atmosphere. However, this tranquility was short-lived as darker thoughts crept into his mind. He recalled the fallen angel who had once deceived him, a cruel reminder of the blue-haired woman named Calera, who had woven her lies so expertly that he had believed them completely. She had manipulated his emotions and pretended to love him, all while hiding her true intentions behind a sickening smile. The facade had shattered when she revealed her true nature. Genshiro vividly remembered the moment she had tried to kill him, her eyes gleaming with twisted delight. She had also targeted his younger siblings, Keiho and Gengo, tormenting them mercilessly and taking pleasure in their fear. Fortunately, the Gokagers had been nearby, and together they had defeated her, rescuing Genshiro and his siblings. After the ordeal, Genshiro had pleaded to join their team, and they had reluctantly accepted him, even training him to become the Green Ranger. Initially, he had been the weakest member of the team, struggling to keep up with the others, but through rigorous training with the Kishinami clan, he had grown stronger over time. As he walked, Genshiro made a silent vow to himself to confront Calera one day, promising that he would get back at her for all the pain she had caused. Suddenly, the world around him shifted, as if reality itself had been disturbed. He froze, his senses heightened, feeling an unnatural energy in the air that made his skin crawl. His heart raced as he dropped into a defensive stance, sensing something was amiss. Then, a voice slithered through the silence, soft and stuck, laced with sinister delight. Genshiro's blood ran cold as he recognized it. His body tensed involuntarily, a mix of fear and anger surging through him. He turned to see Calera, the fallen angel who had tormented him and his siblings, approaching him. She was tall and striking, with long navy blue hair that obscured one of her eyes. Her attire was a maroon trench coat that opened at the chest, revealing her figure, and she wore a matching miniskirt with black-heeled shoes. Genshiro felt a surge of anger and fear as he faced her. Calera tilted her head, amusement dancing in her eyes as she addressed him. She remarked on how different his life seemed now, almost as if she were relishing in his discomfort. Genshiro, fueled by rage, demanded to know what she wanted, refusing to let her taunts get the better of him. Calera's smile widened as she hinted at her intentions, revealing that she knew the Gokagers were nearby and that tormenting him would be a perfect way to lure them out. Genshiro retorted with sarcasm, reminding her of her previous defeat at their hands, which caused a flicker of irritation to cross her face. He further provoked her by mentioning the death of Kokabeel, one of the mighty cadre fallen angels, which ignited a firestorm of rage within her. As Calera advanced, her wings flared behind her, radiating an ominous energy. Genshiro instinctively stepped back, feeling the weight of her presence pressing down on him. Despite the fear coursing through him, he stood his ground, challenging her bravado. Calera laughed darkly, her hands glowing with magical energy, and declared that she would test his bravery. In an instant she lunged at him with blinding speed. Genshiro barely managed to react, stumbling backward and dropping his grocery bags as her attack sliced through the air. He cursed under his breath, rolling to the side just in time to avoid the strike that sent debris flying around him. The realization hit him that he was unprepared for this confrontation, especially without the support of his team. Calera approached him slowly, savoring the moment as she taunted him. Genshiro scrambled to his feet, desperation igniting a fire within him. He was determined not to show weakness, but as he reached for his morpher, Calera was quicker, throwing a spear that forced him to dodge and preventing him from transforming. The battle had only just begun, and Genshiro knew he had to find a way to turn the tide before it was too late. Calera had a strong suspicion that the Green Ranger would be present, especially since he had played a role in her previous defeat. Determined to exact revenge, she summoned more spears, but before she could launch her attack, a shout rang out, warning Genshiro to duck. He quickly complied, lowering himself just in time as a powerful red slash flew past him, striking Calera and causing her to cry out in pain. The spears she had conjured fell from her grasp, clattering to the ground and shattering into fragments of light. Furious, she turned to confront her assailant, her anger quickly morphing into fear as she recognized him. Issei stood before her, his expression more intense than ever. He twirled his saber with a menacing grace and addressed her directly, expressing his outrage at her attack on a member of his crew. He called her Calawarna, revealing her true identity, which only fueled her rage. Realizing she was outmatched by the leader of the Gokagers, Calawarna gritted her teeth in frustration, knowing she had no choice but to retreat. The Gokai galleon soared majestically through the sky, with Issei surveying the area around him. Clenching his Gokai ki, he prepared for an impending battle against the enemies of the Hyoudou clan and the supernatural. A silhouette of Captain Marvelous observed from above, a smile gracing his face as he watched Issei ready himself for the fight. Seated on a chair, Issei smirked, flanked by Genshiro and Ingvild on his left, and Valerie and Seorg on his right. They all turned their attention to the camera, and in a moment of unity, transformed into their respective Gokai colors. Genshiro in green, Ingvild in pink, Issei in red, Valerie in yellow, and Seorg in blue. The scene shifted to Issei at the helm of the Gokai galleon's steering wheel. Meanwhile, Seorg trained vigorously in the gym, striking a punching bag and engaging with training dummies using his sword. Valerie showcased her skills against training droids with her sacred gear, while Genshiro tended to his two siblings, who cheered him on. Ingvild diligently worked on battle plans and tactics, assisting Issei in refining his strategies. Mari was busy constructing a cannon to aid the team, smiling at the camera as she worked. The atmosphere changed as Issei and his companions gazed at the array of keys from the current 48 different Sentai, which suddenly fell to the ground. They morphed into their Gokager forms, desperately reaching for the keys. Issei pushed himself to grab his Gokai red key, straining until he finally secured it, with the others successfully obtaining their keys as well. The scene transitioned to the team confronting the clan members who had come to hunt them down. Issei clashed fiercely with the fallen angels, while Genshiro faced a blue-haired fallen angel, who initially smirked but soon looked at him with fear. The Gokagers stood resolutely, witnessing a blonde-haired girl being rescued from a crucifixion. In another moment, Issei confronted Dai and Rei, smirking as he delivered words that instilled terror in them. He publicly humiliated them, taking them down one by one, making it clear that he held no regard for them. As he faced his former parents, his team joined him in defeating their enemies, who begged for mercy as Issei and his companions walked away. The legacy of the Hyoudou clan was forever tarnished. In the final scene, Issei, Ingvild, Valerie, Seorg, and Genshiro stood proudly on the mast of the Gokai galleon as it sailed forward. The 5 rangers wore smiles, their ship moving ahead with determination. Calawarna hissed in frustration, her wings twitching as she glared at the red-clad warrior. She expressed her annoyance at Issei's constant interference, recalling how he had disrupted her plans before. Issei, confident beneath his helmet, acknowledged his role in thwarting her schemes and checked on Genshiro, who had just recovered from the battle. Genshiro, brushing off dirt and catching his breath, reassured Issei that he was fine, although the encounter had shaken him. Issei warned that Calawarna would not relent easily, and her hatred for them was palpable. With a flap of her wings, Calawarna retreated into the darkening sky, her laughter echoing ominously. Issei, twirling his saber, demorphed and suggested they exercise caution until their enemies were eliminated. Genshiro, reflecting on his earlier hesitation to morph, felt the weight of his past experiences with Calawarna. He remembered the betrayal that had haunted him and his siblings, a memory that would not fade. In a flashback, Genshiro recalled the moment Calawarna had turned against him. He had been sent flying, bloodied and traumatized, as his siblings rushed to his side. Calawarna had revealed her true intentions, mocking him and threatening his family. In a desperate act of protection, Genshiro had urged his siblings to flee, knowing he had to confront the danger head-on. As he recalled that fateful day, Genshiro's resolve strengthened. The memories of his siblings' fear and the betrayal he had faced fueled his determination to stand against Calawarna and her minions, vowing to protect those he loved and eliminate the remnants of the past that sought to harm them. Genshiro shouted for his siblings to leave immediately. They nodded, tears streaming down their faces as they witnessed their brother's willingness to sacrifice himself for their safety. As they fled down the hallway towards the door, Caldera attempted to ambush Genshiro. However, he reacted swiftly, driven by an overwhelming urge to protect his siblings. Adrenaline coursed through his veins, fueling his determination. He wrapped his arms around her, catching her off guard. Caldera protested vehemently, demanding he let go. Genshiro, however, refused, expressing his anger and disappointment in her betrayal. He had trusted her, believing she was one of them, and now she threatened his family. Her fury escalated as she struggled against him, but Genshiro managed to tackle her to the floor, pinning her down. The situation was infuriating for Caldera, who was used to being in control. In her rage, she unleashed her superior strength as a fallen angel, throwing Genshiro off with a powerful punch that sent him crashing into a bathroom wall, leaving him gasping for breath and bloodied. Caldera rose, consumed by fury and contempt for Genshiro, vowing to make him regret his actions. He felt paralyzed by fear, trembling as the adrenaline began to fade. With nowhere to escape, he found himself cornered. Just as Caldera prepared to strike, a barrage of bullets erupted, striking her and sending her crashing to the ground. Genshiro turned in astonishment to see Issei, Seorg, Valerie, and Ingvild standing resolutely, their expressions cold and serious. Keiho and Jengo were with Ingvild, who shielded the two children protectively. Issei confronted Caldera, expressing his disdain for her actions and the betrayal of trust she had committed. Despite her injuries, Caldera rose, generating a multitude of spears and launching them at the group. Issei and his team stood firm, using their Gokai guns to destroy the incoming projectiles. Ingvild took charge, instructing the others to ensure the safety of the children while preparing to confront Caldera. Valerie and Seorg transformed into their Gokaiger forms, ready to engage in battle against the fallen angel. The siblings rushed to Genshiro, calling out to him. Overwhelmed by trauma and betrayal, he embraced them, reassuring them that he was okay. Ingvild watched the scene unfold, her heart heavy with sadness for the pain the three had endured. As the flashback faded, Genshiro clenched his fists in anger, vowing to confront Caldera, also known as Calawarna. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Ingvild's voice called out to him, and he welcomed her inside with a smile. She entered with a tray of breakfast, consisting of bread, eggs, and juice, explaining that she had brought it to him since he hadn't come down. Genshiro admitted he had been lost in thought, and when Ingvild mentioned Calawarna, he flinched, unable to meet her gaze. She reminded him that she had witnessed everything. He expressed feelings of inadequacy, believing he was the weakest among them. Ingvild remained silent, recognizing the truth in his words but unsure how to comfort him. Suddenly, Issei appeared, crossing his arms and challenging Genshiro's self-doubt. He questioned why Genshiro would consider himself weak, stating that he had chosen him to wield the Green Ranger powers for a reason. Genshiro was taken aback by Issei's bluntness, while Ingvild pointed out his bravery in protecting his siblings. Genshiro struggled to find his voice, realizing that his instinct to protect his family had awakened something within him. Issei emphasized that true pirates do whatever it takes to protect those they cherish. He urged Genshiro to confront his trauma and fear, stating that while they could support him, the fight against Calawarna was his alone. Determined, Genshiro decided to leave. With Ingvild, though she hesitated, sensing his turmoil. Issei's serious demeanor encouraged her to comply, and they exited the room, leaving Genshiro alone to gather his thoughts. Issei closed the door behind them, allowing Genshiro to reflect on his journey ahead. Ingvild expressed her doubts about the plan, wondering if it would truly succeed. Issei, with a subtle smile, reassured her that he had ignited a spark within Genshiro. As the couple walked away, Genshiro stood with clenched fists, feeling a surge of anger and newfound strength to confront Calawarna. Issei's encouragement had indeed sparked something within him. Time passed, and Genshiro was deep in thought, contemplating which Gokai change would be effective against Calawarna. The scene shifted to an abandoned church on the outskirts of Kuo, where Issei and his team had gathered outside. They had been preparing for this moment for some time, having received crucial information from Rainier about extracting her sacred gear. The team had already transformed into their Gokaiger forms. Issei laid out their plan, emphasizing the need to enter the church and locate the nun as quickly as possible. Just as they were about to proceed, they were ambushed by a barrage of spears. Looking up, they identified their attacker as another fallen angel named Mitlet. She was a girl with blonde twin-tails and striking blue eyes, dressed in a black dress adorned with white frills and a large black bow at the front. Her attire included white thigh-high socks, black frilly panties, and black shoes, complemented by a large bow atop her head. Mitlet greeted them with an upbeat tone, boasting about her reputation as the Great Mitlet and acknowledging the Gokaigers' notoriety for their role in Kokobeel's downfall. However, her demeanor masked a sense of arrogance. Valerie, responding mockingly to Mitlet's bravado, mentioned that they had all the information they needed from Rainier. Mitlet's anger flared as she cursed their friend, vowing to avenge Kokobeel. Valerie's taunt only fueled Mitlet's rage further. Meanwhile, Issei placed a hand on Genshiro's shoulder, urging him to take the lead as they had planned. Genshiro hesitated but ultimately agreed, recalling his previous encounter with Donasek and the Sentai they would need for the fight ahead. Curiosity piqued, Ingvild watched as Genshiro produced a key, announcing it was time for Liveman. Seorg questioned the choice, but Genshiro explained that their enemies were skilled at exploiting weaknesses. Mitlet realized the danger of their transformation and attempted to generate spears to stop them. However, before she could act, Valerie shot her multiple times in the chest, causing her to cry out in pain. Valerie, revealing herself as the attacker, casually twirled her gun and remarked that they should get started, as their fallen ally was growing impatient. Issei rallied his team, urging them to make their transformation spectacular. The Gokaigers responded enthusiastically, each retrieving their Liveman keys. Together, they inserted the keys into their mobilates, and the announcement echoed around them. Liveman. Projections of the animals, bison, rhino, falcon, dolphin, and lion, appeared as the heroes transformed into their respective Sentai forms. Genshiro exclaimed the name of their team, and the others joined in, readying themselves for battle against the fallen angel Mitlet. They took their combat poses, prepared to engage in the fight. Seorg and Valerie were the first to charge forward, launching their attacks. Seorg unleashed powerful blue laser arrows from his bow, while Valerie followed with a barrage of bazooka shots, causing Mitlet to scream in pain. In retaliation, she summoned 2 light spears, declaring her defiance against the heroes. As she twirled, the 2 rangers had to retreat to avoid her attack. Ingvild acted swiftly, twirling her bow staff and preparing her own strike. Genshiro stepped in front of her, brandishing dual boomerangs. Ingvild propelled Genshiro into the air, allowing him to throw the boomerangs at Mitlet, striking her directly. Ingvild then unleashed black energy slashes from a distance, further injuring Mitlet. Genshiro landed and retrieved his boomerangs, and Ingvild followed up with a final energy attack, knocking Mitlet off balance and causing her to drop her spears. Determined to escape, Mitlet spread her fallen angel wings and leaped into the air. However, Issei was quicker, drawing his saber and slashing at her midsection, sending sparks flying. He continued to strike her multiple times, inflicting serious wounds. Mitlet screamed in agony as her wings folded, and she crumbled to the ground. As she attempted to rise, Issei positioned himself in front of her, delivering a horizontal slash that pushed her back. He twirled his saber, which began to glow with red energy, and unleashed a powerful vertical slash. Mitlet's body crackled with energy as she screamed in despair, her form shimmering with bolts of electricity. The 5 rangers regrouped, striking their signature poses as Mitlet exploded in a fiery blast, leaving only a few black feathers drifting to the ground. The Gokagers returned to their normal forms, and Issei suggested they move on. In an abandoned church on the outskirts of Kuo, the team ventured deeper inside, searching for clues to enter a hidden location. Behind them lay the corpses of slain priests, remnants of those who had guarded the area. Ingvild noted the urgency of their situation, aware that the ritual would commence at midnight. Genshiro spotted a hatch and called for the others, who turned to him with interest. He pointed out the hatch, and Valerie praised his discovery, urging them to hurry. Ingvild fired a shot at the hatch lock, and they opened it, with Ingvild, Valerie, and Seorg descending first, leaving Issei and Genshiro behind. Issei asked Genshiro if he was ready, and Genshiro admitted to feeling nervous about facing Kalawarna again. Issei reminded him of the danger she posed, urging him not to let her harm him or his siblings again. Genshiro clenched his fists, fueled by the memories of his siblings' trauma, and vowed that it would never happen again. He felt confident, knowing he had the perfect key to counter her. They descended into the hatch and found Kalawarna standing before a pedestal, where a girl was bound to a cross, chains wrapped around her. The girl was appealing, with long blonde hair and green eyes, dressed in a dark teal nun outfit with light blue accents. She was crying, and Kalawarna reveled in the pain she was inflicting, noting that time was running out for them. Issei observed the chaos as the others battled the excommunicated priests, who were obstructing their path. Normally, the Gokagers refrained from harming humans, but these priests were relentless. Genshiro fired multiple shots to distract Kalawarna, while Issei leaped into action, striking her with his saber. Kalawarna retaliated with a spear, expressing her disdain for humans and their interference. Issei countered her argument, pointing out that her attitude was the reason for her lack of respect. Genshiro seized the moment, leaping into the air to shoot at the chains holding the girl captive. She fell into his arms, looking up at him with admiration and confusion. Genshiro introduced himself as an ally, and Kalawarna, furious at the sight, shouted in anger. Issei quickly blocked her path, firing shots aimed at her abdomen, causing her to scream in pain. The battle was far from over, and the stakes were higher than ever as they fought to save the girl and stop the ritual. Genshiro urged the woman to leave immediately, and she nodded in response, showing her trust in him. He lifted her in a bridal carry and swiftly leaped out of the underground basement of the church. Meanwhile, Kalawarna's fury intensified as she relentlessly attacked, hurling spears that Issei easily deflected. He taunted her, questioning her superiority, which only fueled her rage further. In a reckless charge, she lunged at Issei, who devised a plan to distract her, allowing Genshiro to finish her off once and for all. Once outside, Genshiro noticed the woman looking at him with gratitude. She expressed her thanks for saving her, and he felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, as it was usually his teammates who received such recognition. He introduced himself and asked for her name. She revealed herself as Asia Argento and acknowledged that he and his team were the Gokagers. Genshiro explained their mission to deal with the fallen angels troubling the town and inquired about her plans now that she was safe. Asia's expression turned somber as she admitted to having no home or direction after being excommunicated for healing an injured devil. Feeling a surge of empathy for her situation, Genshiro offered her a place to stay, reassuring her that he would help her adapt to life in this new environment. Asia was surprised by the offer and expressed her concerns about being a burden and lacking common sense. Genshiro reassured her that he would teach her everything she needed to know, including the language and customs. Asia saw him as a beacon of hope in her difficult life. Before they could delve deeper into their conversation, Calawarna was sent flying, coughing up blood as she crashed to the ground. Groaning in pain, she glared at the four Gokaigers, who had also emerged from the hatch. Issei called out to Genshiro, suggesting they put on a showstopper. Genshiro agreed and joined his teammates, ready to take action. Asia, curious about his name, learned that he was Genshiro Saji, the Green Ranger of the team, and he declared his intention to be her hero. With a renewed sense of determination, Genshiro rallied his teammates, encouraging them to showcase their abilities. They prepared to transform, bringing out their Gekiranger keys and inserting them into their mobilates. An announcement echoed as they activated their transformation, ready to face the challenges ahead. The group stood resolute as a beast claw mark appeared before them, transforming them into their Gekiranger forms at Genshiro's command. They united in their battle cry, ready to confront Calawarna once and for all. With a powerful leap, Ingvild and Valerie initiated the attack. Valerie struck first, utilizing her speed to deliver rapid jabs to Calawarna's midsection, causing her to recoil in pain. Ingvild followed suit, her rhino spirit manifesting as she unleashed a wave of energy with her Sai blade, hitting Calawarna hard. The fallen angel staggered, her body trembling from the onslaught. Ingvild fired another powerful shot from her Sai blade, intensifying the assault. Issei and Seorg joined in, delivering punishing blows that forced Calawarna to cough up blood. As she attempted to retaliate with her spear, Issei deftly dodged and seized her wrist, following up with a swift kick. Seorg landed a punch that sent her flying. The two warriors glowed with their respective Geki auras, their animal spirits roaring to life behind them. Issei unleashed a fierce attack, channeling the energy of a tiger spirit, while Seorg mirrored him with the power of a jaguar spirit. Their combined strikes crashed into Calawarna, leaving her battered and on her knees. As she struggled to rise, Valerie and Ingvild pressed their palms against her chest, followed closely by Issei and Seorg, who transferred their ki to the girls. Together, they executed a powerful technique that sent Calawarna hurtling away. Genshiro stepped forward, his Geki violet aura igniting as the wolf spirit howled behind him. Activating his gong changer, he created an ethereal Muay Thai arena, striking Calawarna with blinding speed and precision. Each blow landed with brutal force, causing sparks to fly as she cried out in agony. Fueled by anger, Genshiro unleashed a devastating uppercut that sent Calawarna soaring into the air. He continued his assault with a spinning attack that crashed into her midair, sending her crashing back to the ground. Calawarna struggled to rise, her wings drooping and her face twisted in fury. She lamented the destruction of her plans, but her cries were abruptly silenced as Genshiro struck her forehead with his knee. He glared down at her, filled with righteous fury, and declared that she deserved far worse for her treachery. As Genshiro's Geki violet aura flared brighter than ever, he activated the gong changer one last time. A massive blast of energy surged from his hands, consuming Calawarna as she screamed in desperation. The energy exploded around her, leaving only a scattering of black feathers behind. Relief washed over Genshiro as he returned to his Gokai green form. The team regrouped around him, their faces reflecting determination and quiet pride as they returned to their original colors. The wind carried away the last remnants of the battle, and Genshiro felt a sense of accomplishment for overcoming his fears. As they prepared to leave, Asia hesitated, prompting Issei to inquire about Genshiro's intentions regarding Calawarna. Genshiro mentioned that he had promised to help her with her homelessness, which elicited a mix of disbelief and frustration from his teammates. Valerie expressed her annoyance, reminding him that they couldn't just bring anyone into their home. Apologizing, Genshiro acknowledged his mistake and promised it wouldn't happen again. Issei, however, insisted that Calawarna would be sent to Kyoto to be checked on by Marine, ensuring she would receive training to prevent future incidents. Genshiro expressed his gratitude, and the team prepared to head home. In a different world, in an unknown location, the Silver Ranger had returned, revealing himself to be a tall young man with fair skin, blonde hair, and dark blue eyes. This was John Ark, the infamous faker of Beacon and the Gokai Silver of the Gokagers. He found himself in Vale, Remnant, pondering how he had become the Silver Ranger. John had always aspired to be a hero, a dream that echoed through generations of his family. However, his parents strongly opposed this ambition, insisting that he abandon the idea. Undeterred, John sought to prove his worth, receiving secret training from 3 of his sisters and his grandparents, who recognized his potential despite the disapproval of the rest of the family. Unfortunately, John never attended a combat school, which led him to acquire fake transcripts with the help of his grandfather. When the truth came to light, he became an outcast, treated like a pariah. His friends turned their backs on him, leaving only one loyal companion by his side. The betrayal cut deep, and his family, with the exception of those who supported his dreams, disowned him without hesitation. In a desperate attempt to explain himself, John faced a near-fatal confrontation with 2 members of his former family. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, fate intervened. The original Gokai Silver, a legendary hero, appeared and rescued John, defeating his attackers with ease. The man behind the mask was Guy Ikari, who took John under his wing, offering to train him to become the hero he always wanted to be. Without a moment's hesitation, John accepted Guy's offer and trained diligently for several months. Under Guy's guidance, he gained incredible powers, including the ability to transform into any 6th Ranger at will. As Guy prepared to return to his home world, he left John with a powerful gift: the powers of the Silver Ranger and the legacy of all 6th Rangers. With newfound determination, John declared his intent to become a hero, vowing that nothing would stand in his way. He was no longer concerned about Team RWBY, particularly Yang and Weiss, who had abandoned him. Instead, he was focused on his own path, ready to confront anyone who threatened his dreams, even if it meant intimidating the pilot who had considered leaving him behind. As John made his way back to Beacon, he felt a surge of purpose. This was just the beginning of his journey, and he was prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Issei found himself back in the present, surrounded by his friends, the Gokagers. Ingvild expressed her disbelief at the recent events, noting how the opposing team had attempted a reckless maneuver. Issei responded with a mocking tone, highlighting their failure and the subsequent damage to their reputation. Valerie chimed in, commenting on a girl named Rei, who seemed to crumble under pressure. Genshiro, curious, asked for clarification, and Valerie pointed out that their sacred gears had a way of documenting their adversaries' misfortunes. Issei acknowledged this with a hint of sarcasm, prompting a flustered response from Valerie. As the conversation shifted to their next steps, Sei-Org inquired about the potential repercussions from Issei's clan. Issei confirmed that they would not remain silent and anticipated an attack aimed at stealing his morpher. He remained confident that their attempts would be futile. The bell rang, signaling the end of the day, and the group began to disperse. As Genshiro walked home with his teammates, he suddenly halted, sensing an unsettling presence. An icy sensation crept down his spine, and despite his instincts warning him of danger, he felt immobilized. His eyes scanned the ground for answers but found none. Valerie's concerned voice broke through his daze, prompting him to reassure her that he was fine, even though his expression betrayed his unease. Mechanically, Genshiro resumed walking with the group, but something compelled him to look back. He noticed 2 dark feathers, shimmering ominously, drifting to the ground where he had just stood. Unbeknownst to his friends, a figure lurked in the shadows, observing them. A woman with a malicious glint in her eyes stood hidden behind a tree. Her calm voice, laced with menace, echoed in the evening air as she addressed Genshiro. With a sinister grin, she unfurled 2 black wings, radiating an otherworldly power, before taking flight into the twilight, disappearing from sight. Genshiro felt a shiver run through him, his heart racing with the realization that this encounter was just the beginning. Valerie's voice pulled him back to reality, her concern evident as she questioned his well-being. He lied, managing a weak smile, while the rest of the team sensed that something was amiss. As they moved deeper into the town, Genshiro couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, haunted by his past. The next day, Issei and his friends awoke after their recent victory over Kalwarna and her allies. Rainier had left to report to Grigori, promising to meet them again in the future. Dressed in their nightwear, they gathered for a meeting led by Mari, who commended them for their success against the fallen angels. However, she warned them to remain vigilant, sensing that more trouble was on the horizon. Issei inquired about any potential retaliation from the Shinto pantheon, recalling their previous encounter with Granny Bella. Ingvild confirmed their expectations of a response, but so far, nothing had materialized. Mari shared her findings, revealing that the pantheon had gone into hiding, but she believed they might receive information soon. She mentioned that her grandfather and Aunt Haruko were scheduled for a meeting, a yearly event that occurred before Christmas and just before the Japanese New Year. The Gokagers recalled this tradition, realizing the significance of the meeting. Mari explained that this year, they would be accompanied by 3 instead of just 2. Issei quickly deduced that they were being summoned, and Mari confirmed that they wanted the Gokagers to attend. Issei decided he would go, as Rias Gremory and Sona Citri might seek answers from them. He instructed the others to handle any issues with Rias, should she become a nuisance. With plans set, Mari promised to pick Issei up in an hour, reminding him that the meeting would start promptly at 10 a.m. After the call ended, Ingvild noted that they needed to prepare for school, mentioning that Issei would receive an absentee slip due to the meeting. Issei assured them he would take care of it, though Genshiro looked away, contemplating his need to apologize to Rainier for his earlier behavior. He regretted having been dismissive of her assistance during their struggles. The Gokai galleon soared through the sky, with Issei scanning the area intently. Clenching his Gokai ki, he prepared for the impending battle against the enemies of the Hyoudou clan and the supernatural. A silhouette of Captain Marvelous observed from above, smiling as he watched Issei gear up for the fight. Seated on a chair, Issei smirked, flanked by Genshiro and Ingvild on one side, and Valerie and Seorg on the other. They all faced the camera, their expressions determined. In a flash, they transformed into their respective Gokai colors. Genshiro as green, Ingvild as pink, Issei as red, Valerie as yellow, and Seorg as blue. The scene shifted to Issei at the helm of the Gokai galleon, expertly controlling the steering wheel. Meanwhile, Seorg trained vigorously in the gym, delivering powerful punches to a punching bag and sparring with training dummies using his sword. Valerie showcased her skills against training droids, employing her sacred gear with precision. Genshiro tended to his younger siblings, who cheered him on enthusiastically. Ingvild focused on battle plans and tactics, refining the strategies that Issei had devised. Mari worked diligently on a cannon design to aid the team, her face lighting up with a smile as she glanced at the camera. The scene transitioned to the group as they observed the keys from the current 48 different Sentai, which suddenly fell to the ground. In a flurry of motion, Issei and his companions morphed into their Gokager forms, desperately reaching for the keys. Issei pushed himself to his limits, finally grasping his Gokai red key, with the others successfully securing theirs as well. The narrative shifted to the team confronting the clan members who had come to hunt them down. Issei engaged in a fierce clash against the fallen angels, while Genshiro faced a blue-haired fallen angel, who initially smirked but was soon overtaken by fear. The Gokagers stood united, gazing at the horizon where a blonde-haired girl was seen being rescued from a crucifixion. In another moment, Issei confronted Dai and Rei, a smirk on his face as he delivered words that struck terror into their hearts. He publicly humiliated them, taking them down one by one, making it clear that he held no regard for them. As he faced his former parents, he was joined by his team, systematically dismantling their enemies, who begged for mercy as Issei and his companions walked away. The Hyoudou clan was left tarnished for all eternity. The final scene depicted Issei, Ingvild, Valerie, Seorg, and Genshiro standing proudly on the mast of the Gokai galleon as it sailed forward. With smiles on their faces, they embraced their victory, the Gokai galleon trailing behind them as they struck powerful poses with their weapons. Later, at the Kishinami estate in Kyoto, Issei arrived to a warm welcome from his older sister, Mari. They embraced, and she inquired about his well-being. Issei assured her that he was fine. Soon, they were joined by Haruka and Kaji Kishinami, and Issei embraced his aunt and maternal grandfather. Kaji asked if Issei was ready for the upcoming meeting, to which Issei responded affirmatively, expressing confusion over why the Shinto faction, known for its neutrality, wanted to meet him. Kaji exchanged glances with Haruka before explaining that the gods feared Issei, either wanting him eliminated or hoping to persuade him and his team to join them. This revelation annoyed Issei, who recognized that the divine beings were threatened by humanity's growing power. Haruka sighed, noting that many pantheons had revealed their true colors, and they needed to take action. Issei contemplated the situation, determined to attend the meeting and voice his stance. He made it clear that as long as the gods left humanity alone, they would not interfere. However, if they failed to heed his words, they would face consequences. His serious tone resonated with Kaji and Haruka, who nodded in agreement. Mari, concerned for her brother, urged him to be cautious and avoid unnecessary enemies. Issei acknowledged her concern, noting that his estranged father would likely be present. Kaji confirmed this, revealing that Issei's father had been attempting to recreate the morpher he possessed, though all efforts had failed thus far. Issei scoffed at the notion, confident that no Sentai would willingly share their powers with the clan. He recalled Captain Marvelous' warning about their nature, and if an encounter occurred, he was ready. Haruka and Mari exchanged thoughts on the potential for conflict, with Mari expressing her disdain for their former family. The trio shared a mutual understanding of the clan's rotten core, having escaped its oppressive grasp in their youth. As the conversation shifted back to the meeting, Issei learned that it would include the 7 principal clans, with Yasaka also in attendance. Issei was taken aback, recalling rumors of Yasaka's cruelty. Kaji acknowledged the rumors but cautioned that the clan's feud with the Yukai remained intense. He urged caution as they prepared for the summit. With a sense of determination, Issei and Mari resolved to be careful, and they set off for the meeting, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Mari watched as her companions departed, her hand clenched into a fist, embodying a determined stance. She felt a strong sense of resolve to support Issei in any way possible, recalling her training with Marvelous and her willingness to assist in the future. With purpose, she made her way back to the compound, where she found her cousin Jean waiting for her. Jean greeted her with a smile, and Mari acknowledged him, noting that it had been a while since they last saw each other. Jean was tall, handsome, and muscular, with striking gray eyes and sharp facial features framed by black hair that fell into his eyes. He wore a light blue zip-up jacket with white detailing, a fitted dark shirt, and slim-fitting jeans, complemented by white and green sneakers. Curious about Jin's visit, Mari gently inquired about his presence, knowing he was one of the few who cared for her despite her mixed heritage with the Hyoudou clan. Both shared a mutual disdain for the clan, stemming from the mistreatment of Jin's mother, Haruka, by his former aunt, Miki. Jin had once aspired to join the Gokagers, but his chance had passed as the candidates had already been chosen. Jin explained that he had come to watch Hakuno's tournament at the Japanese martial arts event, having carved out some time from his busy schedule for his little sister. Mari's eyes widened in realization, and she felt a twinge of anxiety about being late. However, Jin reassured her that there was still time before the match began. With a sense of urgency, Mari decided to work on the Galleon Buster Gun, a device capable of channeling the combined power of the 5 Gokagers. Jin expressed surprise at her project, and Mari confirmed that she only needed to make a few final adjustments before sending it to the team. Jin asked if he could join her, and Mari reminded him of the rules regarding her lab, which he acknowledged with a hint of annoyance. They both shared a light moment, and Mari playfully encouraged him to follow her. As they entered the lab, Jin observed the impressive array of equipment, marveling at the clean and futuristic environment despite its dangerous contents. Mari searched for the Galleon Buster, eventually locating a button that revealed a brightly colored blaster with a design inspired by both pirates and futuristic technology. The blaster featured a striking red body adorned with yellow and gold accents, a metallic barrel resembling a cannon, and a design that suggested a blend of weaponry and space themes. Proudly, Mari introduced the Gokai Galleon Buster to Jin, who was taken aback by its readiness. She confirmed that it only required a few tweaks before they could head to the match. Jin nodded in agreement, expressing his willingness to wait as Mari donned her safety goggles and began her work. He watched her with a smirk, intrigued by how Issei and his team would utilize the weapon against the Hyoudou clan, particularly Miki. Meanwhile, in downtown Kyoto, the current meeting summit was taking place, gathering the leaders of the principal clans. Among them was Suzuta Himejima, the appealing leader of the Himejima clan, known for her long black hair and striking red eyes. She bore a resemblance to her cousin Akino and was the inheritor of the vermilion bird, symbolizing the element of flames. Sairyu Kushihashi, the leader of the Kushihashi clan, was also present. He was a handsome young man with graceful features, wearing a blue blazer and known for possessing the mythical azure dragon, representing the element of wood. Lastly, Genbu Duman, the current heir of the Duman clan, was a young girl with long silver hair and a unique appearance, characterized by a distinctive yellow dress and a white scarf. The meeting was set to address significant matters concerning the clans, with each leader prepared to discuss their respective interests and concerns. The gathering was charged with anticipation as the leaders of the clans awaited the arrival of their goddess and representative Yukai. Among them was Uryu Nakiri, the current heir of the Nakiri clan, characterized by his slicked-back hair and a long bang that fell over his left eye. Dressed in a crimson uniform, he held the sacred beast, the yellow dragon, a mythical creature symbolizing the element of water. Bayako Shinra, the young leader of the Shinra clan, stood nearby, his shaved head gleaming under the light. Kaji and Goru were also present, with Goru casting a disapproving glance at Kaji, who remained unfazed, absorbed in his own thoughts. Each clan leader was accompanied by family members, standing beside their representatives. So stood next to Suzaku, who was reluctant to be near her uncle due to his past actions but felt compelled to endure his presence. In a corner, Issei leaned against the wall, his cold gaze fixed on his former parents, filled with disdain as he awaited his moment to shine. The atmosphere buzzed with speculation about the meeting's agenda, with many discussing what the topic might be. Their chatter abruptly ceased when a bright light filled the room, accompanied by an announcement that Lady Amaterasu was arriving shortly. The representatives complied with the request to take their seats, except for Issei, who remained standing, looking at the light with a mocking expression. He found little amusement in the divine presence, preferring the thrill of the Sentai powers. When Amaterasu finally arrived, she embodied grace and beauty, her long black hair flowing elegantly. Clad in the traditional attire of a miko, she descended as if she were gliding between realms. Her presence was mesmerizing, radiating an ethereal light that seemed to banish shadows. The air around her shimmered with reverence, and her golden eyes held a calm authority that could pierce through one's soul while exuding warmth. As she greeted everyone, apologizing for her tardiness, the clan representatives stood and bowed in respect. Issei remained unmoved, a fact that did not escape Amaterasu's notice. She recognized him as the formidable Gokai Red, a warrior known for his prowess in combat, even against Susanoo, the god of storms. She understood his reluctance to bow, given his disdain for supernatural beings who looked down on humans. Soon, another magic circle appeared, and from it emerged Yasaka, the nine-tailed kitsune. She was a striking figure, with long blonde hair and delicate features, dressed in traditional shrine maiden attire complemented by a white coat secured with a red ribbon and a golden crown. With grace and gentleness, she addressed the assembly, thanking them for their presence and signaling the start of the meeting. Amaterasu acknowledged Yasaka and introduced the first topic of discussion, the death of Nagrani Bella. The reactions among the leaders varied, with some expressing concern and surprise at the fall of such a powerful ruler. Goru and Miki were particularly furious, knowing the discussion would involve their disgraced son. Others were filled with worry, while Haruka and Kaji maintained neutral expressions, aware of the circumstances surrounding Issei's actions. Issei, on the other hand, wore a gleeful grin as he recalled Bella's demise, relishing the memory of her stubbornness that led to her fiery end. Sairyu spoke gravely about the implications of Bella's death, noting her status as a powerful Yukai, one who could rival beings of immense power. Amaterasu, understanding the weight of the situation, recognized that the killers stood among them. She sought to understand the motivations behind Issei's actions and the destruction brought upon Naglok. Yasaka contributed to the discussion, explaining that while Bella's death was tragic, it was not unprecedented. Previous Nagrani had met similar fates, often due to the pursuit of the coveted Naagmani. The assembly murmured in response, with Issei and the Kishinami representatives remaining silent, aware of the true location of the gem. Yasaka continued, detailing the bloody history between the Nagas and their adversaries, highlighting the deep-seated prejudices that had developed as a result of these conflicts. Issei internally scoffed at the hypocrisy of the Nagas and Najins, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts on Yasaka's regime. However, he chose to remain silent, biding his time for the perfect moment to express his views. He understood that the beings he faced were as flawed, if not worse than humans, yet they had the audacity to look down upon them. He wished for her to suffer in the depths of despair, and if that was not her fate, he hoped she remained trapped in the human realm as a spirit. The Naagmani had been restored, and Yasaka explained that when it had gone missing, she suspected the pirates had taken it. Their motivation for killing the Nagrani was to prevent her from reclaiming the gem. Stealing the gem was a crime punishable by death for anyone who was not a Naga. The Naagmani was of utmost importance to them, a gift from Shivji himself, meant to be guarded and protected. They would sacrifice their lives to ensure it did not fall into the wrong hands, as its power was comparable to that of a high-tier Longinus, capable of turning an ordinary being into a formidable force, rivaling even someone like Amaterasu. Issei smirked, knowing that the Naagmani was no longer in Naglok and that their cries for it were futile. If they dared to attack him or his family, they would meet the same fate as those before them. He felt a surge of anger and determination, vowing to eradicate any threat to his loved ones. Drake fully supported his resolve, sharing in the longing to protect their circle. Genbu acknowledged the situation, noting that the Gokagers had killed the Nagrani to gain the Naagmani. However, Kaji, who had been silent until now, offered a different perspective. Amaterasu turned her attention to him, knowing he had personal knowledge of the Gokagers and their motives. Kaji stood tall, exuding authority as he addressed the gathered crowd. His amber eyes surveyed the room, settling on Amaterasu as he spoke with a steady voice, filled with respect. He clarified that the Gokagers were not driven by greed or a longing for power. While they could be ruthless when provoked, their motives were often more complex. If they had been involved in the death of the Nagrani, it was likely due to her being perceived as a threat, not merely for the sake of acquiring the Naagmani. As Kaji elaborated, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Amaterasu's curiosity grew, prompting her to seek further explanation. Kaji explained that the Gokagers operated under a code that prioritized freedom and rebellion against oppressive forces. If they had killed the Nagrani, it was likely to protect someone they cared about, rather than for the gem itself. Yasaka expressed her concern, questioning why the Naagmani was missing if it was not their primary goal. Kaji acknowledged her point but maintained that the Naagmani had never been their main objective. Goru, frustrated by Kaji's lack of proper respect for Yasaka, interjected angrily. Kaji, however, remained unfazed, stating that this was not the time for such discussions. Amaterasu intervened, demanding that Goru stand down, affirming Kaji's point. Goru begrudgingly complied, though his resentment toward Kaji lingered. Haruka disapproved of Goru's behavior, while others in the room shared mixed feelings about Kaji's apparent disrespect. Kaji continued, explaining that while the Gokagers had taken the Naagmani, their true intention was to prevent the Nagrani from causing harm. Bayako inquired if Kaji had any proof to support his claims. Kaji admitted he did not, but he had someone who could provide clarity on the matter. He called forth Issei Hyoudou, known as Gokai Red, the leader of the Gokagers. The room fell silent as Issei stepped into view, surprising many. His presence evoked a mix of fear and respect, particularly from Suzaku, who recalled positive stories about him. However, Goru and Miki were furious, remembering the chaos he had caused in Kuo Academy and the impact on their families. Goru shouted accusations at Issei, calling him a criminal. Issei prepared to respond, but Kaji interjected, asserting that Issei was not a criminal in the eyes of anyone but Goru, whose narrow-mindedness clouded his judgment. Goru felt a wave of fear wash over him as he faced the Kishinamis, their eyes filled with anger. He hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Miki was about to retaliate, but Issei interrupted her. He expressed his disdain for Miki, accusing her of being power-hungry and lacking love for her sister. He warned her to remain silent, suggesting that they could force her to comply if necessary. Haruka supported Issei's statement, noting that he had only used 2 of his Sentai powers in their previous encounter, implying that he had much more at his disposal. Miki, overwhelmed by a mix of fear and anger, began to back away. Some onlookers were shocked by Issei's harsh words. Kaji couldn't help but find amusement in Miki's predicament. Issei continued to taunt her, claiming that he had only needed 2 powers because she was so weak. Miki, feeling helpless, fought back tears as the tension in the room escalated. Amaterasu finally intervened, commanding everyone to stop. She instructed Miki and Goru to stand down, emphasizing that they had more pressing matters to address. Amaterasu's authoritative tone brought a moment of calm, though Miki and Goru remained furious. She turned to Issei, demanding an explanation for his actions. Issei replied that he would share his reasoning but would not use honorifics, as he viewed everyone as equals. His words drew disapproval from many present. Sairyu attempted to speak, but Amaterasu silenced him, allowing Issei to explain why he had killed Bella. Issei bluntly described Bella as a misguided individual whose quest for vengeance had led to her demise. He detailed her history of violence against innocents, driven by her belief that the Sagal family was responsible for the death of her love, Vikrant. However, Vikrant had been alive all along, with twisted intentions of his own. Issei explained that despite presenting evidence of the Sagal family's innocence, Bella refused to listen and continued her violent pursuits. The situation escalated to the point where they had to eliminate Vikrant to prevent further harm. Suzaku, curious and concerned, asked if Bella had believed them. Issei's response was grim. If she had, she would still be alive. The Hyoudou clan seethed with anger, feeling that Issei was receiving undeserved attention instead of punishment for his actions. Issei recounted how they had given Bella multiple chances to change her ways, but she had chosen revenge instead. He expressed his frustration with her lack of reason, suggesting that the powers granted to the Nagas were a mistake. Yasaka, feeling a connection as a fellow Yukai, expressed her disappointment in Issei's harsh words. He countered by suggesting that foxes were more intelligent than cobras, which made her point invalid. Yasaka flinched at his comment, reflecting on the fear and hatred directed toward Yukai due to the actions of a few. Amaterasu sympathized with her, understanding that Yasaka's reputation was marred by the actions of rogue Yukai. Issei continued, explaining that their victory over Bella had also resulted in acquiring the Naegmini, a powerful artifact. He noted that they only needed her body for a short time to obtain it and had destroyed her remains to prevent any chance of resurrection. The others listened intently, recognizing the ongoing threat posed by the Nagas. Yasaka, reminiscing about a younger Bella, asked if there had been any way to spare her. Issei shook his head, reiterating that if there had been a way, she would not have met her end. Amaterasu, reflecting on Issei's words, realized that he was not to blame for Bella's fate. She had brought it upon herself. With a small smile, she decided to allow Issei to keep the Naegmini, believing it would be safer in his possession than with the Naglok. She urged him to avoid further violence against their kind. The Hindu pantheon was not pleased with the recent developments. Issei responded bluntly, and Amaterasu acknowledged his words with a nod. She announced that the meeting was adjourned for the time being, with plans to reconvene the following day for one last discussion before the transition into the next year. The leaders began to depart one by one. Goru felt the urge to speak up but was restrained by Miki, who shook her head at him. He silently vowed to confront Issei at a later time. As the clan representatives exited, Issei found himself alone with the Kishinamis, Amaterasu, and Yasaka. Kaji observed his grandson and remarked on how well he had acquainted himself with the Gokagers. He reflected on his past mistakes, realizing that if he had not recognized them, their relationship could have been irreparably damaged. Haruka placed her hand on her father's shoulder, and he nodded at her before turning back to the two divine beings. He expressed that the sins of a parent should not be placed upon the child, acknowledging that failing to understand this would have made him no better than those he despised. Kaji and Haruka considered sharing what had happened to Issei, but, at the request of Mari and Issei, decided to postpone the conversation for a more appropriate time. It was wise to wait for the right moment to strike. Amaterasu, with a bright smile, commended Kaji for opening his eyes to the truth. Although she sensed that the Kishinamis were withholding information, she respected their choice not to disclose it at that moment. Kaji nodded in agreement, while Haruka expressed her affection for Issei, likening him to her own child, just like his older sister, Mari. She embraced Issei from behind, and he returned her gesture with a smirk. Observing this, Yasaka remarked on the warmth of Issei's family, wishing her own was similarly united. The trio was taken aback when Yasaka's demeanor shifted, prompting Haruka to release her hold on Issei. Issei inquired about Yasaka's sudden change in mood. She brushed it off with a smile that everyone present recognized as insincere. Amaterasu then suggested it was time for them to return home, cautioning Issei that while she bore him no ill will for his actions, not all of her fellow gods shared that sentiment. Issei acknowledged her words with a shrug, stating that ignorance existed even among gods, and if anyone attempted to harm them, they would retaliate fiercely, as was the nature of a pirate. Haruka and Kaji exchanged amused glances, noting how marvelous personality had blended with Issei's, creating a unique combination of traits. The group soon departed the meeting room, each returning to their respective homes. Yasaka pondered whether her fractured family could ever be whole again. At Kuo Academy, the other Gokagers were engaged in their own conversation. Genshiro wondered how the meeting had unfolded, while Valerie speculated that it likely involved trivial discussions. Ingvild noted the unusual quietness, attributing it to the absence of the Hyoudou siblings, who were recovering from severe injuries and would not return for a week. The remaining Gokagers found the peace refreshing, although they were aware of the siblings' tarnished reputation due to recent events and the rumors that had circulated about them. They knew the siblings would continue to fight for their standing. Seorg agreed with Valerie's assessment, munching on a piece of chicken meatball. He then questioned whether the devils had discovered what they had done. Genshiro confirmed that the devils were not foolish, just incompetent. Valerie mused that they might be both. Seorg recalled discussions from his past about a potential ceasefire, suggesting that the devils might be fearful of something. As they spoke, a commotion drew their attention. A handsome young man with short blonde hair and striking blue eyes approached them, dressed in the Kuo Academy boys' uniform. He introduced himself, stating he needed to pick someone up. The girls nearby erupted in excitement, recognizing him as Yuto Kiba, the prince. Their admiration was palpable, with one girl exclaiming how appealing he was. Ingvild teased Seorg about a potential reunion with his cousin, to which he responded with reluctance, acknowledging that she had tried to assist him with his issues concerning his father. Seorg's disdain for his father was evident, stemming from the way Lord Bale had treated his mother, Miss La Bale. Yuto approached the group with a smile, announcing that Rias Gremory wished to meet with them. Ingvild questioned what would happen if they refused, wondering if he would force them to comply. The atmosphere grew tense as some expressed concern about the potential meeting, fearing for Kiba's safety given the Gokagers' formidable reputation. Kiba felt the weight of their apprehension, aware of the danger posed by the Gokagers, despite some being human. He understood that provoking them was not an option, especially since Rias had warned him to approach the situation as peacefully as possible, knowing that making enemies of these pirates was not a viable choice. Kiba took a deep breath and spoke with composure, explaining that he could not fulfill the request but emphasized its urgency. He was about to walk away when Ingvild, the second in command of the team, declared that they would go. Ingvild had proven to be a more capable leader than Seorg, who accepted her position without complaint. Valerie expressed her reluctance, concerned about dealing with a difficult cousin, but Ingvild assured her that they needed to meet to prevent further pestering. Kiba flinched at Valerie's comment about his MSTR but chose to remain silent. He gestured for them to follow him, and Ingvild nodded in agreement. The four Gokagers stood up and made their way to the Occult Research Club building, where Rias Gremory awaited them. As they approached, students murmured and whispered, but the group ignored the chatter. Upon entering the old building, they were greeted by Rias, who was seated with Akino and Kaneko. Kiba introduced the Gokagers to Rias, who was surprised to see Seorg among them. He confirmed his identity but made it clear that he had no intention of rejoining the Bale clan. Rias inquired about his well-being, and he replied that he was doing better than ever. As Akino went to fetch snacks, Rias asked about Issei, the Red Ranger. She was curious about the Sentai team, known for their ability to combat gods and supernatural beings. The Gokagers possessed a Megazord capable of clashing with the true forms of these beings, which were often immense and powerful. For the Gokagers, facing such challenges was merely part of their daily routine. Ingvild explained that Issei was occupied with another meeting, as he was part of the Kishinami clan. Rias understood the significance of that clan, which held considerable power in the underworld and beyond. She acknowledged the risks involved in crossing them, especially compared to the Hyoudou clan. Ingvild offered to relay any issues Rias had to Issei, asserting her role as the team's second-in-command. Rias acknowledged this and expressed her interest in recruiting the Gokagers for her peerage, sensing their sacred gears. The Gokagers remained wary, prepared to resist any attempts to force them into her service, especially Valerie and Ingvild, who had strong ties to their own heritage. Rias recognized the Gokagers' reputation for dealing with threats decisively, recalling the numerous powerful beings that had fallen to them. Valerie confirmed Rias's awareness of their past actions, which prompted a slight frown from Rias, though she quickly composed herself. She asked about the slaying of the Nagrani of Naglok, to which Genshiro confirmed the event, explaining that the Nagrani had brought her demise upon herself through her reckless actions. Valerie added that the Nagrani's pursuit of revenge had endangered many innocents, necessitating her intervention. Rias, having only heard tales of the Nagrani, found it remarkable that the Gokagers had been the ones to defeat her. She understood that their reputation might lead others to view them with fear, especially among those from the Eastern Pantheon. Rias acknowledged the information and welcomed Akino back with snacks. The Gokagers eyed the offerings warily, suspecting they might be poisoned. Akino reassured them that the snacks were safe, but Valerie's cold glare made her nervous. Sensing the tension, Akino offered to take the snacks back, but Ingvild decided to investigate further. Using her magic to analyze the cookies, she confirmed that they were free of poison, explaining her background as a half-breed skilled in water magic due to her lineage. Ingvild's revelation about her abilities surprised Rias, who had not expected such a skill set. The atmosphere shifted as the Gokagers and Rias began to navigate their complex relationship, each aware of the stakes involved in their interactions. Valerie Lucifer, a half-devil like Ingvild, introduced herself to Rias, who recalled that the new students had not hidden their last names. She felt a pang of disappointment for not realizing this sooner. Ingvild, sensing the cookies and tea were safe, offered them to her teammates. The group began to enjoy the treats without any issues, relieved that Akino had not put them in danger. Akino, still nervous about their reaction to her cooking, felt a wave of relief wash over her when they expressed their enjoyment. She stuttered slightly as she asked if she should pack some for Kishinami. Ingvild responded affirmatively, and with a snap of her fingers, Akino summoned a plate and a box through a magic circle to prepare a portion for Kishinami. Ingvild confirmed that the packaging contained nothing harmful. Rias then inquired about their mission to eliminate the fallen threat. Seorg confirmed that they had completed the task just the day before. Genshiro added that the experience had been therapeutic for him, which puzzled the Gremory peerage. Valerie bluntly stated that the fallen angels plaguing their town were dead and that there was no need for thanks. Rias felt a tick mark form on her forehead at Valerie's casual mention of her body, but she maintained her composure, acknowledging that they had called her group incompetent. Valerie's straightforwardness caused Genshiro to become slightly anxious, but he tried to temper the situation. He admitted that if the fallen angels had been targeting humans with sacred gears, it reflected poorly on them. Ingvild, understanding Valerie's nature, decided they would stay until the situation was resolved before returning to Kyoto. Rias accepted this plan and mentioned she would discuss it with Sona, the Citri heir. As the Gokagers departed the ORC clubroom, Akino stumbled, prompting Kiba to rush to her side. Rias helped Akino regain her balance and expressed concern about the potential consequences of their actions. Akino explained that she hoped the cookies would help ease any tension. Kaneko, munching on a chocolate, commented that it was fortunate they had been well received. Rias shared her relief, acknowledging the danger they could have faced had the Gokagers viewed them as a threat. Kiba's comment about their perceived incompetence drew a warning from Rias, but he pointed out that it was not entirely untrue. Akino reassured them that the Gokagers did not harbor hatred toward them. They were simply there to fulfill their mission. Rias pondered what the future held for them, and the group began discussing strategies to improve their relationship with the Sentai team, eager to avoid any conflict. Unbeknownst to them, a bird was observing the Gremory peerage from a distance. Meanwhile, a man in another location watched the four with contempt, vowing revenge for what had happened to his uncle. The chapter concluded, setting the stage for the upcoming confrontation with the unknown threat. In a world where destinies intertwined, Yasaka found herself on a journey that diverged from those of her counterparts. Unlike the others who faced the challenges brought by Dai, Yasaka's path was uniquely her own, filled with adventures that showcased her youthful spirit and resilience. As she navigated through the vibrant landscapes, Yasaka encountered various beings, each with their own stories and struggles. Her charm and determination drew others to her, creating bonds that transcended the ordinary. She faced trials that tested her strength and wisdom, but with every challenge, she emerged more confident and capable. The essence of her character shone brightly as she embraced her role in this unfolding narrative. Yasaka's journey was not just about overcoming obstacles, it was about discovering her true self and the power she held within. With each step, she learned the importance of friendship, loyalty, and the courage to stand up for what she believed in. In this tale, Yasaka's youthful energy and unwavering spirit became a beacon of hope for those around her. Her story was one of growth, adventure, and the realization that even in the face of adversity, one could find strength in their own identity and the connections they forge along the way. The Gokai galleon soared through the sky, with Issei scanning the area intently. Clenching his Gokai ki, he prepared for the impending battle against his enemies from the Hyoudou clan and the supernatural. A silhouette of Captain Marvelous observed from above, smiling at Issei's determination. Seated on a chair, Issei smirked, flanked by his allies, Genshiro and Ingvild to the left, Valerie and Seorg to the right. They all faced the camera, and soon transformed into their respective Gokai colors, Genshiro in green, Ingvild in pink, Issei in red, Valerie in yellow, and Seorg in blue. The scene shifted to Issei at the helm of the Gokai galleon, confidently controlling the steering wheel. Meanwhile, Seorg trained vigorously in the gym, punching a heavy bag and sparring with training dummies using his sword. Valerie engaged in combat against training droids, showcasing her sacred gear. Genshiro tended to his younger siblings, who cheered him on, while Ingvild focused on refining battle plans and tactics that Issei had devised, offering her insights to improve them. Mari worked diligently on a cannon design to assist the team, flashing a smile at the camera. Suddenly, the scene changed to Issei and his companions as they gazed at the keys from the current 48 different Sentai, which unexpectedly fell to the ground. They morphed into their Gokager forms, desperately reaching for the keys. Issei stretched out his hand toward his Gokai red key, pushing himself to the limit until he finally grasped it. His teammates followed suit, successfully securing their keys. The narrative shifted to the group confronting the clan members who had come to hunt them down. Issei clashed with the fallen angels, while Genshiro faced off against a blue-haired fallen angel, who initially smirked but soon looked fearful. John found himself battling against his former team and Team RWY, joined by Yuri and a blonde-haired girl. As the Gokagers surveyed the horizon, they spotted a blonde-haired girl being crucified but managed to rescue her. In another scene, Issei confronted Dai and Rei, smirking as he spoke words that instilled terror in them. He publicly humiliated them, decisively taking them down and making it clear that he held no regard for them. Joined by his team, Issei systematically defeated his enemies, who begged for mercy as he and his companions walked away. The Hyoudou clan was left tarnished for all eternity. The final scene depicted Issei, Ingvild, Valerie, Seorg, and Genshiro standing proudly on the mast of the Gokai galleon as it sailed forward. The 5 rangers wore smiles, their ship gliding ahead. The scene captured the Gokaigers striking poses with their weapons, the Gokai galleon prominently displayed behind them. As they enjoyed a meal together, Yuri observed John, noting that he seemed lost in thought. She expressed concern, prompting John to reflect on Guy's words about maintaining faith in people despite past hardships. He acknowledged the weight of his experiences and the hope that he might eventually find someone worth fighting for. Yuri reassured him, emphasizing that his perseverance mattered. John expressed his frustration about the elusive Gokai Red, believing that they were hiding well. Yuri encouraged him to be patient, understanding that getting worked up would not change their situation. Just then, Alexandria Alex, Ark approached, resembling a female version of John with her long blonde hair and casual attire. She asked if she could join them, and John inquired about his former team. Alex sighed, revealing her struggles as the leader of Team ANPR, where her teammates rarely listened to her. She expressed her annoyance at their behavior and wondered how John managed to keep his team in check. John shared his own challenges, particularly with Pira, who seemed more concerned with her reputation than anything else. Alex empathized, recounting how her team pressured her to distance herself from John, claiming he was ruining their reputation. She understood his frustrations, having faced similar pressures from her own family, who disowned her for wanting to protect him. Despite her family's disapproval, Alex had stood by John, recognizing his potential. She had sought Guy's help to ensure that only John could wield the Gokai powers, preventing her clan from exploiting them. Together, they navigated the complexities of their pasts, united by their shared experiences and determination to forge their own paths. It wouldn't work if he was being forced to do so. Alex glanced at her scroll, checking for messages, and informed John that she had blocked the Ark clan after they had attempted to kill him. Guy-sensei had managed to extract information from the Ark dogs, reminding John of the dangerous encounter he had faced. John recalled the events from 6 months prior, when he had been walking through the streets of Vale, cloaked in a hoodie to conceal his identity. The weight of betrayal and the instinct for survival pressed heavily on his mind. His hand rested on the hilt of the makeshift katana he had received from Headmaster Ashbin, who, along with the staff, had supported his dreams despite initial reluctance from some, including Glinda. As he turned into a deserted alley, his instincts screamed at him to stop. A group of armed goons emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. Their smirks conveyed their intentions. They taunted him, calling him the disgrace of the Ark family and revealing that they had been searching for him. John sighed, gripping his sword and shield, urging them to walk away while they still could. Their laughter echoed menacingly as they dismissed his warning. Without hesitation, they lunged at him. John ducked and weaved through their attacks, swiftly disarming one of them before decisively ending another's life with a merciless strike. The horror on the faces of the remaining goons was palpable as he warned them again to leave while they could. He took his stance, one taught by his grandmother, Alcee Ark, and prepared for the fight ahead. Despite his reluctance to take lives, he had endured harsh training that had prepared him for moments like these. As the goons continued to attack, one aimed a pistol at him, but John's swift motion severed the hand holding the weapon, blood dripping from his katana. The goons screamed in agony, and John ended his suffering with a swift strike to the heart. He mentally thanked his grandparents for their rigorous training, which had pushed him beyond his limits. He had faced exhaustion and pain, but he had persevered, surprising even his sisters with his growth. John mocked the remaining attackers, taunting them as they rushed forward in fury. He gracefully dodged their strikes, executing precise slashes that left heads rolling and blood spilling. Despite the chaos, he felt a deep-seated aversion to taking lives, but he understood he had no choice in this brutal confrontation. Suddenly, he felt a familiar presence that sent a chill down his spine. He recognized the voice of Krantz, one of his uncles, as he was sent crashing against the wall, gasping for breath. The attack had come from a weapon powered by rockets, and as he struggled to recover, he saw 2 figures step into the light, Baldoria's Baldur, Fangini and Krantz Midakark. Their malice was palpable, and John felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Krantz's semblance, frozen gaze, immobilized John, leaving him vulnerable. Balder approached, his claws gleaming ominously as he taunted John about his failures. Despite the pain and fear, John vowed that one day, karma would catch up to them. Balder, however, dismissed his words, leaning closer with a sadistic grin, promising a quick end. As Balder's illusion speak took effect, John was engulfed in nightmarish visions of his failures, surrounded by the mocking voices of former friends and classmates. He struggled to maintain his resolve, whispering words of encouragement to himself, but the illusions only intensified, suffocating him further. Balder's taunts echoed in his mind, reminding him of his isolation and disgrace. Just as Balder prepared to deliver the final blow, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted, sending him flying. Krantz looked on in shock, momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Krantz exclaimed in surprise, but before he could react, a spear flew through the air and struck him. The weapon was known as the Gokai spear, and as the dust settled, a figure approached. This individual had shoulder-length, wavy brown hair that framed his face, highlighting his bright and energetic expression. He wore a scarf adorned with a bold circular pattern, adding a playful touch to his adventurous outfit, which included a purple shirt layered with a black vest. A fingerless glove on one hand emphasized his active nature. The figure reassured John, indicating that he would be okay soon. His aura was already working to heal John's injuries. When John asked who he was, the man introduced himself as Guy Ikari and assured John that he was there to rescue him. Guy then produced his cellular and key, announcing his transformation with enthusiasm. With a swift motion, he activated the device, transforming into Gokai Silver, the Silver Ranger of the Gokagers. He twirled his Gokai spear, ready to end the confrontation decisively. Guy prepared to launch his spear like a javelin, calling upon the power of Gokai's shooting star. The spear flew through the air, striking the two opponents, resulting in a spectacular explosion that left them reeling. Guy landed gracefully, a smirk on his face as he surveyed the aftermath, while John watched in awe, realizing that this man had effortlessly defeated two formidable foes. As Guy returned to his normal form, he helped John to his feet and prompted him to speak. John, still astonished, inquired how Guy had managed to defeat them so easily. Guy chuckled, explaining that it was a long story but that he needed something from John in return for his assistance. He expressed his longing for John to change the world of Remnant, believing in his potential to become a hero and the new Gokai Silver. John learned that Guy's suit was indeed called Gokai Silver, and Guy acknowledged that he was aware of John's name due to the public nature of recent events. Guy expressed his frustration with how some papers could define a person's worth and encouraged John to rise above that. He believed John had untapped potential that even those close to him had not recognized. Guy pointed to the defeated Balder and Krantz, emphasizing that even they would not stand a chance against John once he realized his true abilities. Guy extended his hand, asking John if he wished to accept the mantle of Gokai Silver. John, filled with determination, agreed to take on the role. With a smile, Guy and John exited the alleyway, and John cast one last glance at his so-called uncles, vowing to one day confront them. In the present day, John reflected on the aftermath of Balder and Krantz's defeat. His thoughts were interrupted by Alex, who informed him that the clan had placed a bounty of 500,000 lien on Guy Ikari's head, seeking to capture him alive. John confirmed that Guy had left for his world the day before, just before the headmaster had asked him to join Team RWBY on a mission that had turned disastrous. Alex noted that the headmaster's expectations of the team were likely shifting, especially since only John had returned. She understood that Team RWBY must have attacked him, leading to their defeat. John and Alex decided to head to their next class, both hoping to avoid further encounters with the team. In Headmaster Ashbin's office at Beacon Academy, he regarded John and Yuri with a serious expression. The middle-aged man, with tousled silver hair and sharp features, listened intently as John recounted the events that had transpired. Ashbin's calm demeanor masked a growing disappointment as he contemplated the consequences for Team RWBY. He had long considered expelling them due to their reckless behavior, but his connection to Team SRQ made him hesitant to act too hastily. As John finished his account, Ashbin addressed him with gravity, acknowledging that the troubling reports he had received aligned with John's story. The headmaster made it clear that Team RWBY's actions could no longer be excused. John felt a surge of frustration as he faced the headmaster. He believed that giving the other students another chance after the incident at the docks would be a grave mistake. They had shown their true colors, caring only for themselves, and he was certain they would have targeted him again if he had tried to save them. Ashbin, the headmaster, nodded slowly, reflecting on his decision to admit those 4 students into Beacon despite their troubled backgrounds. He acknowledged John's survival instincts and restraint but felt the weight of responsibility for the 4 students who were now unaccounted for. Their potential demise would reflect poorly on the academy, which was meant to be a sanctuary for teamwork and trust. Yuri, seated next to John, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and met Ashbin's gaze. She expressed the gravity of the situation, emphasizing that the actions of the other students had sealed their fate when they had thrown John off the bullhead. The consequences of their actions were dire, and the blood of innocent lives lost at the docks stained everyone associated with Beacon. Ashbin took a deep breath, absorbing the harsh reality of her words. He recognized that his decision to give them a second chance had been a gamble that had failed miserably. He had underestimated their arrogance and recklessness. John crossed his arms, his voice steady as he asserted that expelling the team was the only logical step. They had proven themselves to be a danger to everyone around them. While part of him felt satisfaction in their impending consequences, he knew that the situation was larger than his personal feelings. The team was beginning to act rogue, and he feared they might become completely unmanageable in the future. With a sharp and decisive gaze, Ashbin confirmed John's assertion. He announced that he would begin the process of expelling Team RWBY, as their actions had rendered them unfit to remain at Beacon Academy. John and Yuri exchanged a glance, and she offered him silent support with a gentle squeeze of his shoulder. Ashbin continued, stating that he would document John's account thoroughly, along with the evidence of the team's misconduct. He warned that the authorities might have additional questions for them but promised to shield them from unnecessary scrutiny. John expressed his gratitude, feeling relieved that he would no longer be a target. Ashbin's gaze softened slightly as he acknowledged the hardships John had faced. He commended Yuri for her unwavering support, recognizing the strength both students had shown in the face of adversity. He hoped that the path ahead would be less fraught with challenges. Yuri assured the headmaster that they would manage together. Ashbin managed a faint smile, though weariness lingered in his expression. He decided to handle the formalities and advised them to rest, knowing that more challenges lay ahead. As John and Yuri left the office, he felt a small weight lift from his shoulders. For the first time in a long while, he felt a sense of companionship in his fight for justice. He had Yuri by his side, and for now, it seemed that justice was being served. Once they were gone, Ashbin remained seated for a moment, staring into the amber liquid in his mug. His hand trembled slightly as he set it down, his composed demeanor cracking under the weight of the situation. He leaned back in his chair, gazing at the clockwork walls surrounding him. Despite his years of experience, he found himself grappling with a situation that defied his wisdom. The betrayal by Team RWBY and the growing distrust of Beacon's leadership painted a grim picture for the Academy's future. Ashbin spoke softly to the room, lamenting his hope that the students would rise above their flaws and learn from their mistakes. He realized that his failure to see the darkness within them might have cost more than he could repair, adding another failure to his list of regrets. He chuckled softly, reflecting on how pathetic he felt, aware that Vale was becoming a chaotic kingdom, with Beacon suffering the most. He tapped his fingers against the desk, his mind racing through contingency plans and damage control. The incident at the docks had already shaken the kingdom's faith in Beacon Academy, and the potential loss of one of its most promising teams would only deepen that distrust. The skills of Team RWBY, particularly Ruby's Silver Eyes, had been a valuable asset, but their actions had jeopardized that. His thoughts turned to John, who had proven his resilience but at a great cost. The betrayals he had faced, both from his peers and family, had left deep scars. Yet, John had survived and grown stronger. Ashbin felt gratitude toward Guy Ikari, who had trained John to become a powerful warrior. He knew that John had faith in the headmaster and that the Silver Ranger was among the strongest of the 6 Rangers. Ashbin was relieved that John had not succumbed to darkness and recognized it was his duty to prevent that from happening. Reaching for his scroll, Ashbin began typing with a grim expression. He accessed the records of Team RWBY, reviewing their mission logs, behavioral assessments, and a growing list of complaints from citizens and staff. He lingered on their faces, once symbols of potential, now a harsh reminder of how easily even the brightest flames could burn uncontrolled. He mused about the wasted potential of the team as he laid the groundwork for their expulsion. He understood that allowing them to remain could lead to them becoming rogues in the future, and it was best to act decisively now. For the sake of his friend, he was contemplating whether to blacklist certain individuals, though the temptation to do so was strong. Ashbin sighed, aware that Crow and Tai would not approve of the situation. He took a deep breath, realizing that he could no longer show favoritism. The words of Yuri and John echoed in his mind, reminding him of the need for fairness. He understood that faith in huntsmen and huntresses was waning, and he had to act before irreversible damage occurred. He resolved to do what was necessary. At Beacon Academy, the news of Team RWBY's expulsion spread like wildfire, leaving students shocked and horrified. Upon their return, they were given 24 hours to vacate the premises. Despite their protests, Ashbin revealed their actions and instructed the staff to escort them to their dorms, which they complied with. Team PNR was particularly affected by the decision, desperately wanting it to be revoked. However, Ashbin laid bare the reasons for the expulsion, and Team RWBY, who was present, witnessed the fallout. The members of Team PNR harbored resentment towards John, blaming him for the expulsion, but a stern glare from the staff made them reconsider their stance. As Team RWBY left, they secretly vowed to seek revenge on John, while Team PNR's anger only intensified. John, however, remained unfazed, confident in his abilities, especially now that he was the 6th Ranger of the team. In the combat class at Beacon Academy, Glinda Goodwitch, the combat teacher and deputy headmistress, took charge. Glinda was a middle-aged woman with very light blonde hair tied back in a bun, a curl framing her face. Her bright green eyes sparkled behind thin oval glasses, and her dangling teal earrings matched the pendant on her collar. She announced the start of the combat class, revealing that John Ark would be the combatant for the match. John stood up, smirking at Team PNR, who glared at him in fury, particularly Nora Valkyrie, who was restrained by Lai Ren. He made his way to the arena, not bothering to change his clothes. He pulled out his cellular and key, preparing for the Sentai he would use that day. Some students wondered what he had planned, while others jeered at him, mocking his lack of armor and blaming him for the loss of a good team. Others pointed out that the deaths caused were not solely on Team RWBY, but rather the actions of others. Yuri and Alex, frustrated by the normalization of violence against civilians, understood Guy Ikari's longing for change in the world. Glinda, concerned for John's safety, asked if he was sure he didn't need armor. John assured her he would be fine and inquired about his opponent. Glinda drew a name from a box, revealing that his opponent would be Pira Nikos. She was surprised to see John unaffected by the announcement, instead wearing a confident smirk. Pira smiled, confident in her victory, while her team cheered her on. She headed to the dressing room to prepare. John, meanwhile, contemplated which Gokai change he would utilize. As the match began, Glinda instructed the fighters to take their positions. John placed his hand on his cellular, while Pira assumed her stance, furious at John's arrogance. When the buzzer sounded, Pira charged forward, but John activated his Gokai change, sidestepping her attack. With a flash, he transformed into Gokai Silver, twirling his spear in response. Pira recognized the form, recalling its previous use against Team RWBY. John charged into combat, striking Pira, who blocked his attacks with her longsword. Sparks flew as they clashed, and John expressed his indifference towards her, questioning her surprise at his ability to keep up. Pira, frustrated, transformed her weapon into a sniper rifle and fired shots infused with fire dust. John deflected the shots, causing explosions around him. He revealed to her that she had never truly known him, dashing forward with incredible speed and landing multiple strikes on her chest, which she blocked with her shield. As Pyrrha taunted him, John calmly explained that he had created the strategies for her team and was the reason for her presence at Beacon. This revelation angered her further, and she threw her shield at him like a frisbee, attempting to daze him. John leaped into the air, transforming his spear into gun mode and firing multiple shots, forcing Pyrrha to struggle to block them. The shield attempted to return to her, but John dodged it effortlessly, using his spear to increase his speed and strike at the edge, ready to continue the battle. The shield was sent at rapid speeds and struck Pyrrha in the chest, causing her to cough as it dropped to the ground. She fell to the ground, reeling from the pain, clutching her stomach with her free hand. John, determined to turn the tide, activated his transformation with a key inserted into his device, announcing his change to BGMI Silver. His suit dazzled like a gemstone, transforming into a silver outfit adorned with various accessories. His helmet also changed, reflecting the style of a different Sentai. With a flourish, John struck a pose, brandishing his shiny breaker as he charged at Pyrrha. She picked up her shield, ready to clash with the treasure-hunting ranger. John moved swiftly, dodging her spear attack and slamming his weapon into the ground. He pressed the button on his shiny breaker, triggering an announcement that signaled his next move. As he called out his attack, Pyrrha attempted to leap away, but the force of the drill sent her flying into the air, dust and debris clouding her vision. Another announcement confirmed his success. John taunted her, questioning her ability to defend herself after easily destroying her shield. Pyrrha's anger intensified as she realized that her leader was cheering for John, further fueling her frustration. Despite her fury, she attempted to use her semblance, polarity, to pull the shiny breaker from John's grasp, but his hold was too strong. Her aura flickered dangerously between yellow and red as she struggled. Glinda, observing the battle, felt compelled to intervene but hesitated as John continued to mock Pyrrha, offering her a chance to flee if she valued her dignity and life. Pyrrha, refusing to back down, declared her determination to fight. John, amused by her defiance, prepared for a final attack. He tapped the button on his shiny breaker, and the surrounding rubble began to levitate as silver energy gathered at the weapon's end. The arena transformed into a silver dome, with a road forming beneath Pyrrha's feet. Confused and fearful, she realized the gravity of the situation as announcements echoed around her. With a swift motion, John unleashed his shining beam attack, sending the driller towards Pyrrha. She attempted to escape, but the attack was too fast, striking her in the abdomen and triggering a powerful explosion. Pyrrha screamed in pain as her aura shattered completely. As the dust settled, John struck a victorious pose, and the crowd remained silent, save for a few cheers from his supporters. Glinda, snapping out of her daze, declared John the winner, noting that Pyrrha was unable to continue. As the dust cleared, Pyrrha's battered form was seen flying through the air, crying out in pain, her clothes torn and bloodied. Concerned for her well-being, Glinda called for assistance to get Pyrrha to the infirmary. Nora and Lai, despite their animosity towards John, rushed to help Pyrrha, shaken by the ease of his victory. John returned to his regular state, unaware of the turmoil he had caused among his peers. Glinda offered her critique of the match, acknowledging the improvements of both fighters but noting that John had been the superior combatant. John, unfazed, remarked that he had held back and found the experience quite exhilarating. Glinda sighed, understanding John's resentment towards his former partner and hoping for his continued success. As the next match began, Yuri faced off against a student named Celeste, while John and Alex watched with excitement, eager to see how the battle would unfold. In the world of DXD, in the ORC clubroom at Crow Academy, the clock struck 1:30 a.m. Issei and his friends were enjoying a meal prepared by Akino. As time passed, their friendships had grown stronger, and the atmosphere was filled with camaraderie. Akino looked at Issei and inquired if he liked the food. Issei, engrossed in devouring cookies, nodded in approval, exhibiting a hearty appetite that amazed the others. Ingvild explained to the group that Issei had a reputation for being a glutton, relishing every bite of food he could get. Valerie remarked that it was fortunate Issei trained regularly to maintain his physique, a sentiment that the Gremory peerage agreed with. Suddenly, their attention shifted to a silver magic circle that materialized in the clubroom. From it emerged Graphia Lucifuge, a stunning young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s. She had long silver hair styled with braids adorned with small blue bows, and her striking red eyes complemented her navy blue and white French-made outfit. Later, Issei and his team found themselves at a restaurant, enjoying rice and curry as they took a break from their day. Ingvild expressed her delight at the delicious curry, while Issei proudly mentioned that his grandfather had recommended the place. Valerie concurred, noting the perfect blend of spices that tantalized her taste buds. Seorg, with a hint of nostalgia, shared his experience of not being allowed to eat at the same table as his family, highlighting the discrimination he faced. Genshiro, curious, asked if it had been that severe. Seorg recounted how he and his mother were relegated to a separate table reserved for those shunned by their clan. He spoke of his eventual escape, having defeated the current heir, Magardan Bale, and choosing to join his friends instead. Genshiro, with a sorrowful expression, acknowledged Seorg's struggles, understanding that Lord Andrew Bale would one day face the consequences of his actions. As they continued to enjoy their meal, Issei reminded everyone that they needed to head to Mari's place. She had uncovered information related to the Sixth Ranger, a revelation that left the group in shock. They were stunned by the possibility that Gokai Silver had finally been found, and curiosity filled the air about what would come next. The Gokai galleon soared through the sky, with Issei surveying the landscape. He clenched his Gokai ki, preparing for the impending battle against his enemies from the Hyoudou clan and the supernatural. Above him, a silhouette of Captain Marvelous observed with a smile, proud of Issei's determination. Seated on a chair, Issei smirked, flanked by Genshiro and Ingvild on his left, and Valerie and Seorg on his right. They all faced the camera, radiating confidence. In a flash, they transformed into their respective Gokai colors. Genshiro in green, Ingvild in pink, Issei in red, Valerie in yellow, and Seorg in blue. The scene shifted to Issei at the Gokai galleon's steering wheel, focused and determined. Meanwhile, Seorg trained vigorously in the gym, striking a punching bag and sparring with training dummies using his sword. Valerie engaged in combat against training droids, utilizing her sacred gear with precision. Genshiro tended to his younger siblings, who cheered him on enthusiastically. Ingvild diligently worked on battle plans, refining strategies that Issei had devised. Mari was busy constructing a cannon to aid the team, smiling as she glanced at the camera. Suddenly, the scene changed to Issei and his companions, who were surrounded by keys from 48 different Sentai. As the keys fell to the ground, they morphed into their Gokaiger forms, desperately reaching for the keys. Issei pushed himself to grab his Gokai red key, exerting every ounce of effort until he succeeded, with the others following suit. The narrative shifted to the team confronting clan members who had come to hunt them down. Issei clashed with fallen angels, while Genshiro faced a blue-haired fallen angel, who initially smirked but soon felt fear. John fought against his former team and Team RWY, joined by Yuri and a blonde-haired girl. The Gokaigers gazed at the horizon, witnessing a blonde-haired girl being crucified but ultimately rescued. Issei then confronted Dai and Rei, smirking as he delivered words that instilled terror in them. He publicly humiliated them, taking them down one by one, making it clear that he held no regard for them. As he faced his former parents, his team joined him in defeating their enemies, who begged for mercy as Issei and his companions walked away. The Hyoudou clan faced eternal disgrace. In the final scene, Issei, Ingvild, Valerie, Seorg, and Genshiro stood proudly on the mast of the Gokai galleon as it sailed forward. The 5 rangers smiled, their spirits high as their ship advanced. The scene captured the Gokaigers striking their poses with their weapons, the Gokai galleon proudly displayed behind them. In the Phoenix Mansion, located in the underworld, a tall and handsome young man in his early 20s radiated an intense aura. Riser Phoenix, dressed in a burgundy blazer adorned with gold embroidery, paced angrily through the grand halls of his estate. His fury echoed as he expressed his disdain for the Gokagers, who had not only slain his esteemed uncle, Rising Phoenix, but had also sabotaged his engagement to Rias Gremory, an affront he could never forgive. Riser vowed that those pirates would pay for their insolence. His pride demanded retribution, and the humiliation he felt consumed him. The heavy doors to his chambers creaked open, revealing Eubeluna, his loyal queen. Despite her calm demeanor, concern was evident in her voice as she addressed him. The elders were troubled by the Gokagers' actions but hesitated to act, recognizing the Sentai team's undeniable strength. Riser's anger flared as he dismissed the elders' cowardice. He demanded vengeance, declaring that he would not cower before the Sentai. His fiery aura intensified, and he proclaimed that the pirates would burn for their arrogance. Eubeluna hesitated, understanding the weight of Riser's words. She recognized the Gokagers as formidable opponents, their strength legendary. Yet, she felt the sting of humiliation alongside Riser and resolved to support him. She urged caution, emphasizing the need for strategy in their approach to the impending conflict. Riser's gaze softened slightly at her loyalty, but his determination remained unyielding. He commanded Eubeluna to gather his peerage immediately, declaring his intent to lead them personally into battle against the pirates. He was determined to demonstrate the true strength of the Phoenix name. Eubeluna bowed deeply, suppressing her growing dread. She understood the perilous path they were embarking on, but her loyalty to Riser was unwavering. As Riser Phoenix stood alone in his chamber, his mind was consumed with thoughts of revenge. He envisioned the pirates kneeling before him, their arrogance extinguished and their legacy erased. He was determined that they would regret ever crossing him, and he vowed to unleash the full wrath of the Phoenix family upon them, ensuring they would burn in the fire of his vengeance. In another room of the mansion, Ravel Phoenix and Claire Phoenix, the youngest and second oldest siblings, were discussing the recent declaration made by the Gokagers. Ravel, a appealing young girl with dark blue eyes and long blonde hair styled into twintails, was filled with a mix of confusion and fear. Claire, a striking blonde-haired young woman with a voluptuous figure, wore a formal, military-inspired uniform that accentuated her authority. Ravel expressed her concern about the Gokagers' taunt, sensing the impending conflict that could arise from their involvement. Claire sighed, already anticipating that the Sentai team would interfere with their affairs. She knew that Mari, the leader of the Gokagers, would not be deterred from confronting supernatural enemies, especially after their recent assault on Naglok and the tragic death of Na Grani Bella. Claire felt it would be futile to try to dissuade them. She acknowledged the situation with frustration, noting how the devil seemed intent on retaliating against Riser despite the inevitable consequences. Ravel, though prideful, understood the danger they faced. She was not foolish enough to challenge someone with a kill count that included beings of immense power. Claire, sensing her sister's fear for their brother, pressed her to consider the consequences of Riser's actions. Ravel shook her head, expressing her worry for him. Claire, recognizing the reckless path Riser was on, felt a surge of protectiveness. She knew that if he continued down this road, it could lead to his demise in a brutal manner. They needed to intervene before it was too late. Ravel felt helpless, knowing that once Riser made up his mind, he would not be easily swayed. The memory of their uncle's death at the hands of the Gokagers weighed heavily on them, and the thought of losing Riser was unbearable. Claire embraced her sister, understanding the gravity of their situation. Just as she began to formulate a plan, the doors swung open, interrupting their conversation. Eubeluna entered, bowing respectfully to both sisters. She informed them that Riser had summoned Ravel for an all-out assault against the Gokagers, who were currently dining at a restaurant. Claire's anger flared at the thought of Ravel being involved in such a reckless endeavor. Despite Eubeluna's loyalty to Riser, Claire's fierce glare made her hesitate. Eubeluna insisted on taking Ravel to Riser, but Claire would not allow it. She used her flames to subdue Eubeluna, who fell to the ground in pain. Claire, a powerful ultimate-class devil, had no trouble overpowering Eubeluna, who was left charred and helpless. Claire commanded Ravel to take Eubeluna to the infirmary for treatment, knowing that a phoenix tear would be necessary to keep her alive. Ravel expressed concern for their brother, but Claire insisted that it was too late for Riser. The fear of losing him to the Gokagers consumed Ravel, and she could not bear the thought. Claire, with a heavy heart, acknowledged the reality of the situation. They had lost family before, and the prospect of losing Riser was devastating. Claire emphasized the importance of informing their parents and strategizing for damage control. Ravel nodded, understanding the necessity of their next steps. Together, they helped Yubaluna up and headed to the infirmary, Claire staying close to ensure her sister's safety. As they moved, Ravel clenched her fists, tears streaming down her cheeks, consumed by the weight of their impending loss and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. In the bustling restaurant of Kuo City, Issei shared surprising news with his team. Marine had recently discovered the identity of Gokai Silver, a member of their team who was residing on a distant planet. She had been tirelessly tracing a signal for a month, and just 2 days prior, a significant event occurred. A Gokai change had unleashed a surge of energy known as Kira mentality, which was detected by their sensors. Issei explained that Kira mentality was associated with the Kira Majors, a Sentai team that utilized this unique energy source, which granted exceptional charm and talent to certain individuals. Marine had informed him that the Kira Majors were currently battling the Dark Empire Yodohame. This revelation provided clarity on how they had pinpointed the location of their 6th Ranger. However, the team faced a challenge. Valerie expressed her confusion about how they would reach this far-off planet, as they lacked precise coordinates. Issei clarified that the power they sought was located on a planet named Remnant, known for its shattered moon and its safe distance from harmful radiation and black holes. Remnant was habitable, with an atmosphere similar to Earth, making it suitable for life. Issei further explained that Marine had previously adapted the Gokai Galleon for space travel, and they would need to remain indoors during the journey. The details of the path to Remnant would be provided by Marine upon their return home. As the team continued their meal, an unexpected explosion erupted behind them, prompting Issei and his teammates to spring into action, attempting to save as many people as possible amidst the chaos. News of Riser Phoenix's defeat spread rapidly throughout the underworld, leaving many horrified that the Gokagers had vanquished yet another member of the Phoenix family. The loss of Riser, following that of Rising Phoenix, incited fear among the devils, who were eager for revenge but too intimidated to act. The elders were furious about the demise of one of their most powerful pure-blooded devils, yet they hesitated to confront the Gokagers directly. The presence of 2 half-bloods allied with Issei, along with a pure-blooded devil like Seorg, only intensified their frustration. The thought of these beings associating with humans incited anger, especially in light of the Great King's fall, which had demonstrated the Gokagers' formidable power. The elders were acutely aware of the danger posed by the Gokagers, who had previously attacked and killed many politicians in the Great King faction. Surzek's Lucifer and the new Satan faction's refusal to engage with the Sentai team further complicated matters. Surzek's had openly declared his intention to leave the Gokagers alone, stating that he had no longing to fight them. When the elders attempted to oppose him, he warned them of the consequences of confronting the Gokagers without his support. The elders, recognizing their vulnerability against such powerful adversaries, retreated in fear and anger, resigned to their helplessness. Meanwhile, the Hyoudou clan was seething with rage over Issei's growing fame and influence. They were particularly incensed by Surzek's refusal to act against Issei and his team, which they viewed as a betrayal. Goru, harboring deep resentment toward Issei, began plotting his revenge, knowing that a direct confrontation would likely lead to his downfall. In contrast, Rias and her peerage felt a sense of relief at Riser's demise. With his death, the forced marriage that loomed over her was no longer a threat. She was grateful that her peerage would not face repercussions for her family's decisions. Rias looked forward to completing her studies without the interference of the elders who had orchestrated her engagement to Riser. Riser's family, however, was devastated by the news of his death. Yubaluna and Ravel mourned deeply, while Claire, Riser's sister, grappled with her brother's foolishness and arrogance, which had endangered their family. She hoped that the Gokagers would not pursue them further and felt a sense of relief that her oldest sibling, Ruvel, supported her longing to avoid confrontation. Claire resolved to reach out to Mari, praying that Issei and his team would not come after them next. In the world of Remnant, at Beacon Academy in Vale, John sat alone at a table, eating his meal. He could hear the jeers and low-toned insults from other students, but he remained unfazed. He understood that their threats were empty. He had taught some of them a lesson, and many had backed off since then. Despite this, the isolation weighed heavily on him. His trust in others had dwindled after some students exposed his transcripts, leading to a downward spiral in his life. Once surrounded by friends, John now found himself abandoned, bullied, and harassed daily. Even those he once considered friends participated in the torment. The staff, including Glinda Goodwitch, attempted to assist him, and while they had some success, the bullying persisted when the staff was not watching. The situation worsened under the leadership of Carden Winchester, who spread lies about John, claiming he had saved him from an Ursa Major Grimm. Most of John's family had turned their backs on him, except for a select few who still cared. Their support was a source of strength, but it also attracted threats from others. Attempts on his life were made by those he once called friends and family, with the infamous Ark Dogs, Baldorias, Balderhas, Fangini and Krantz Mudakark leading the charge. It was only through the timely intervention of Gokai Silver, known as Guy Ikari, that John was saved. Guy trained John and shared lessons about the different Sentai and their origins, including Osama Sentai King Ogre. John accepted Guy's offer to become a ranger in this world, becoming the second Gokai Silver, the sixth ranger of this universe's Gokagers. Although Guy had to return to his own universe, he encouraged John to seek out Marvelous, the Gokai Red of this universe, and give him a chance. However, despite his efforts, John had yet to find any trace of him. Returning to the present, John had just survived an attempt on his life by Team RWBY, who wanted him gone due to his transcripts. Fate had paired them for a mission, and during it, Yang had tried to kill him by pushing him off a bullhead. In a fit of anger, John transformed into his Silver Ranger form upon landing and fired a supercharged bullet, causing the bullhead to crash. Fortunately, it remained intact enough to continue flying. In response to his actions, Team RWBY attacked him, but they were swiftly defeated. John felt indifferent to their fates. If they perished at the hands of the Grimm, it would be a relief for him. As he continued to eat, he muttered to himself about the team, expressing a sense of relief at the thought of them being gone. Just then, someone approached him with a gentle voice, asking if there was room for one more. John looked up and recognized the voice, a smile spreading across his face. The woman who joined him was strikingly appealing, with skin as pale as snow and light blue eyes that resembled ice. Her hair was a striking mix of black and white, and she wore a white kimono adorned with a snowflake emblem at her waist. John welcomed her, inviting her to sit beside him. This woman, identified as Yuri, was his current partner and one of the few who had stood by him after the fallout from his transcripts. Her unwavering support and love provided him with a sense of comfort amidst the chaos surrounding him. The Gokai galleon soared through the sky, with Issei surveying the area. He gripped his Gokai ki tightly, preparing for a confrontation against his adversaries from the Hyoudou clan and the supernatural. A silhouette of Captain Marvelous observed from above, smiling as he watched Issei gear up for battle. Seated on a chair, Issei smirked, flanked by Genshiro and Ingvild on his left, and Valerie and Seorg on his right. They all turned their attention to the camera. In a flash, they transformed into their respective Gokai colors, Genshiro in green, Ingvild in pink, Issei in red, Valerie in yellow, and Seorg in blue. The scene shifted to Issei at the helm of the Gokai galleon, confidently steering the ship. Seorg was seen training in the gym, delivering powerful punches to a punching bag and skillfully battling training dummies with his sword. Valerie engaged in combat with training droids, utilizing her sacred gear effectively. Meanwhile, Genshiro tended to his two siblings, who cheered him on enthusiastically. Ingvild focused on battle plans and tactics, refining the strategies that Issei had devised. Mari worked diligently on a cannon design to assist the team, flashing a smile at the camera. Suddenly, The scene changed to Issei and his companions as they gazed at the array of keys from the current 48 different Sentai, which unexpectedly fell to the ground. The group quickly morphed into their Gokaiger forms, desperately reaching for the keys. Issei strained to grab his Gokai red key, pushing himself to the limit until he finally secured it, with the others doing the same. The scene shifted again, showing the team facing off against clan members who had come to hunt them down. Issei clashed with the fallen angels, while Genshiro engaged a blue-haired fallen angel, who initially smirked but soon showed fear. John fought against his former team and Team RWY, joined by Yuri and a blonde-haired girl. As the Gokaigers surveyed the horizon, they spotted a blonde-haired girl being crucified but managed to rescue her. In another moment, Issei looked at Dai and Rei, smirking as he conveyed something that filled them with dread. He publicly humiliated them, taking them down one by one, making it clear that he held no regard for them. He faced his former parents, joined by his team as they systematically defeated their enemies, who begged for mercy as Issei and his companions walked away. The Hyoudou clan was left in ruins. In the final scene, Issei, Ingvild, Valerie, Seorg, and Genshiro stood proudly on the mast of the Gokai galleon as it sailed forward. The 5 rangers wore smiles, their ship advancing confidently. The scene concluded with the 5 Gokaigers striking heroic poses with their weapons, the Gokai galleon prominently displayed behind them. In Remnant, at Beacon Academy, it was a Sunday morning, and the students enjoyed a holiday following the completion of their first semester. John lay on his bed, contemplating the Ranger key of the Kurangers. Unlike the single 6th Ranger key he had received from Guy Ikari, he now possessed 2 keys. Feeling restless in the dorm room, John decided to venture outside. He remarked to himself about the pleasant day ahead. The clan had been quiet for a while, but he sensed that the upcoming days would be intense, especially after the events that had unfolded in Ashbin's office. His scroll rang, and upon checking the caller ID he recognized it was his grandfather. He answered, greeting him warmly. His grandfather insisted that John should not be so formal with him, which prompted John to apologize, explaining that his former parents would disapprove of such familiarity, leading to his habit of formality. His grandfather inquired about John's time at Beacon, to which John expressed his struggles with bullying from other students. He recounted an incident where one team had attempted to harm him, disguising it as an accident. His grandfather's concern was palpable, and he expressed anger at the thought of anyone trying to hurt his grandson. John reassured him that he had come out unscathed, noting that the team responsible had nearly faced dire consequences themselves. He mentioned Team RWBY, revealing that they would no longer be a problem. His grandfather lamented the behavior of Summer Rose's children, expressing some pity for their mother. The conversation turned to the past, with John's grandfather hinting at stories about Summer that were better saved for another time. John then mentioned his plans to visit his grandfather in person, which excited him. His grandfather confirmed that he would be coming, along with John's grandmother, and urged him to inform Alex and Yuri about their visit. After ending the call, John looked at the approaching bullhead, eager to share the news with Alex and Yuri, the only 2 clan members who had consistently supported him. The Gokai galleon soared majestically through the sky, with Issei gazing intently across the vast landscape. Clenching his Gokai ki, he prepared himself for the impending battle against the enemies of the Hyoudou clan and the supernatural. A silhouette of Captain Marvelous observed from above, a smile gracing his face as he watched Issei gear up for the fight. Seated on a chair, Issei wore a confident smirk, flanked by his allies, Genshiro and Ingvild on his left, Valerie and Seorg on his right. They all faced the camera, ready for action. In a flash, they transformed into their respective Gokai colors, Genshiro in green, Ingvild in pink, Issei in red, Valerie in yellow, and Seorg in blue. The scene shifted to Issei at the helm of the Gokai galleon, steering with determination. Meanwhile, Seorg trained vigorously in the gym, delivering powerful punches to a punching bag and skillfully battling training dummies with his sword. Valerie showcased her prowess against training droids, utilizing her sacred gear effectively. Genshiro tended to his younger siblings, who cheered him on enthusiastically. Ingvild diligently worked on battle plans and tactics, refining the strategies that Issei had devised. Mari was busy constructing a cannon designed to aid the team, glancing at the camera with a bright smile. Suddenly, the scene changed to Issei and his companions as they observed the keys from the current 48. Different Sentai, which unexpectedly fell to the ground. In a moment of urgency, they morphed into their Gokaiger forms, desperately reaching for the keys. Issei stretched out his hand, pushing himself to the limit until he finally grasped his Gokai red key. His teammates followed suit, each managing to secure their own keys. The scene shifted once more, revealing the team facing off against the clan members who had come to hunt them down. Issei engaged in combat with the fallen angels, while Genshiro clashed with a blue-haired fallen angel, who initially smirked but soon found herself gripped by fear. John was seen battling against his former team and Team RWY, joined by Yuri and a blonde-haired girl. As the Gokaigers surveyed the horizon, they spotted a blonde-haired girl who had been crucified but was swiftly rescued. Another scene depicted Issei smirking at Dai and Rei, instilling terror in them with his presence. He publicly humiliated them, decisively taking them down and making it clear that he held no regard for them whatsoever. Joined by his team, Issei systematically defeated his enemies, who begged for mercy as he and his companions walked away. The reputation of the Hyoudou clan was forever tarnished. In the final scene, Issei, Ingvild, Valerie, Seorg, and Genshiro stood proudly on the mast of the Gokai galleon as it sailed forward. The 5 rangers wore smiles of triumph as their ship continued its journey. The scene captured the 5 Gokaigers striking powerful poses with their weapons, the Gokai galleon prominently displayed behind them. In Vale, at the docks, John, Yuri, and Alex awaited the arrival of their grandparents. After some time, the elderly couple appeared. Alcee Arc, a formidable woman in her 60s, commanded attention with her intimidating presence. Her black hair, streaked with gray, was complemented by sunglasses with blue lenses and a golden frame. Dressed in a white dress shirt, black tie, and black suit breathes, she wore a marine coat draped over her shoulders and black combat boots that hinted at her strength. Behind her stood Liam Arc, John and Alex's grandfather. Despite his age, he maintained a muscular physique reminiscent of a bodybuilder, with dark blue eyes and dark blonde hair styled neatly. His attire consisted of a dark blue suit, a white dress shirt, a dark gray vest, and a gold tie, completed with polished leather Oxford shoes. Alcee leaped forward, embracing her grandchildren with such force that they struggled to escape her grip. Their attempts to break free were futile against her strength. Yuri watched with amusement as Liam urged Alcee to let them go, noting that they were turning blue from the embrace. Alcee complied, releasing the 2 just in time for them to catch their breath. She then turned her attention to Yuri, rushing to embrace her as well. Yuri, caught off guard, found herself in a similar predicament, gasping for air as she struggled to escape. Liam, noticing Yuri's plight, reminded Alcee that she was also unable to handle her bear hugs. After releasing Yuri, Alcee caught her breath and acknowledged the situation. John, eager to change the subject, invited his grandparents inside for a visit, assuring them that he had spoken with the headmaster and that they were not there to cause trouble. The couple nodded in agreement, and together they made their way toward Beacon Academy, heading to the dorm shared by John and Yuri. Unbeknownst to them, a figure lurked nearby, watching with anger in his eyes. This man had been tasked with retrieving the ranger keys from John at all costs, no matter the consequences. Inside the Beacon dorms, Yuri served tea to the elderly couple, who expressed their appreciation for her growing skills in the kitchen. Alcee complimented her, noting that her improvement was commendable. However, when Alcee jokingly suggested that Yuri was becoming a suitable bride for John, both John and Yuri turned crimson, embarrassed by the implication. Alex, observing their reactions, playfully admonished his grandfather for embarrassing the 2. As laughter filled the room, Yuri inquired about the well-being of her grandparents. Their expressions shifted, and a somber mood settled in. Alcee admitted that things were not all right, prompting Liam to question whether they should share the troubles of the clan with their grandchildren. Alcee nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Liam understood the importance of keeping the younger members of the group informed, especially given the gravity of the situation that directly affected them. Issei expressed her concern, noting that keeping the three in the dark would only exacerbate the problem. John, filled with worry, sought clarification about the unfolding events. Issei explained that the incident in Ashbin's office had incited the clan's fury. They had been unable to remove John from Beacon or obtain the ranger keys they coveted. Alex was taken aback, realizing that the clan's actions were motivated by their longing for the ranger keys. As long as John remained at Beacon, they could not attack him. Despite being the headmaster, Ashbin was a formidable opponent, and only a select few from their clan had ever come close to defeating him. John had witnessed Ashbin's effortless handling of Nicholas, which left a lasting impression. Yuri expressed her surprise and concern, recalling how much she had disliked Nicholas before his defeat. She felt a sense of camaraderie with John, who was equally furious at the thought of the clan trying to take away his ranger keys. The anger among the three was palpable, as they realized the extent of the threat against them. Issei confirmed that the clan had even attempted to kill John. She took matters into her own hands, ensuring that the two assailants had their weapons confiscated. She recounted how Belize and Safiria had helped fend off the attackers, and she had made it clear that anyone who dared to harm John would face severe consequences. Her protective instincts were fierce, especially when it came to her grandchild. Despite her efforts, the clan's animosity toward John only seemed to grow. Issei reflected on how the clan had devolved into something unrecognizable, filled with hatred and resentment. They were now plotting against John, intending to use hostages to achieve their goals. Liam expressed his frustration at being kept in the dark about the clan's plans, warning that they would not honor their agreements regarding John's loved ones. Yuri trembled at the thought of her parents becoming targets, and John held her hand firmly, sharing in her anger. The fear of losing loved ones weighed heavily on them. Alex felt helpless as he watched the clan transform into the very thing they had once despised. Concerned for the safety of the Winterflake couple, Alex inquired about their fate. Liam admitted that he was uncertain, as the clan had concealed their plans from them. He had already warned their family members to stay away from the clan, but the threat loomed over them all. Issei reassured them that she would keep an eye on Saffron while Liam stayed with Jade to ensure their protection. The uncertainty of when an attack might occur hung in the air. She mentioned that Safiria had volunteered to watch over Yuri's family, providing some comfort to Yuri, who felt relieved knowing her parents would be safe. Just as they began to feel a sense of security, an arrow suddenly flew past them. John and Yuri instinctively blocked it, but the arrow exploded, sending Alex to the front. He managed to control the explosion with Issei's help, but it was clear that their attacker aimed to eliminate them. John prepared to defend himself, wielding the Gokai spear. He recognized the threat as Emilio Lowe, a member of the clan known for his cunning. Emilio, described as a young man with a scholarly appearance, was now facing off against John and his friends. They were determined to confront him and uncover the truth behind the clan's malicious intentions. His eyes were a bright pink, and his hair was a light green. Yuri looked at Emilio Lowe with contempt, muttering about one of the Ark dogs deciding to attack them. Liam addressed Emilio, stating that he believed he had attacked an elder with his bow and arrow and asked if he wished for him to confiscate them as well. Emilio was furious, unable to finish his retort as he suddenly felt heavy and lost control of his bow and arrow, dropping them to the ground. Liam intensified the gravity around Emilio using his semblance, gravity manipulation, asserting that if he could take away the weapons of Balder and Krantz, he could do the same to Emilio. He noted that Emilio had become arrogant due to the usage of their weapons and declared his intention to take them. Emilio gritted his teeth in anger, but Issei responded by unleashing a storm of electricity through her semblance, weather manipulation, causing Emilio to scream in pain. She continued to zap him, and John expressed his longing to take a swing at Emilio. Issei, surprised, asked if he was sure. John revealed a key, stating that Emilio had harmed Yuri and Alex, and he was not going to let him get away with it. He placed the key in the cellular and activated it, transforming into Gokai Silver. Yuri wished him well as he nodded, turning to his grandfather to declare his intent to send a message to Mason's clan: nobody harms those he cares about and gets away with it. Liam sensed John's serious nature and nodded in approval, recognizing the man he, Issei, and later Guy Ikari had trained. John struck Emilio in the gut, causing him to cough up blood, then kicked the bow towards his grandparents, sliding it across the ground. Emilio, furious, threatened John, but was struck again by the Gokai spear. John, with a tired tone, stated that it was time to teach Emilio a lesson he would remember. He removed a golden Go-Buster key and placed it in the cellular, transforming once more. His suit changed to a golden color, and he raised his Morphin Blaster, calling for a morph. His helmet changed to represent the beetle of the Sentai team, and he transformed into Beat Buster, the first sixth ranger of the Takumi Sentai Go-Busters. He wielded the Durai blade and began striking Emilio multiple times, who struggled to avoid the attacks. In a desperate move, Emilio attempted to throw a gravity dust arrow, but John countered with the Morphin Blaster, destroying it with ease. Emilio was shocked, unable to comprehend how someone he deemed a disgrace could be this strong. John continued to strike him with the Dur blade, causing him to groan in pain. Meanwhile, the others watched Emilio struggle against John, with Alex commenting on the power of the Go-Busters' sixth ranger. Yuri explained that all sixth rangers were inherently stronger than the original cast and that John could transform into sixth rangers from both the past and present. She noted that the Go-Busters were unique in having two sixth rangers. Alex, surprised, learned that Beat Buster represented half of the six Sentai, and John's possession of a ranger key allowed him to transform without the other half being present. Issei and Liam observed the Legend Sentai powers in action, marveling at John's effortless demps over Emilio. John prepared for a powerful attack, pressing the beat button on the DRA blade. He unleashed a devastating golden slash, which made Emilio scream in pain as it destroyed his suit and shattered his glasses. Despite the severity of the attack, Emilio managed to survive, bleeding from his head. John expressed his surprise at Emilio's resilience, noting that any regular huntsman would have perished from such an attack. Emilio, gritting his teeth, defiantly declared that he would reveal nothing. John, undeterred, retrieved a different key, a silver key of the Go-Busters, and activated it. His suit transformed to a silver color, and he prepared for another round of combat. He wielded the Dur blade against Emilio, striking him repeatedly and demanding to know if that was all he had. Emilio lunged at John, ready to retaliate, but John ambushed him with the Dur blade, causing him to scream in pain. John declared that it was over for him, pulling out the Dur blade once more. He tapped the Morphin Blaster, activating a powerful blast aimed at Emilio's chest. The blast hit, triggering an explosion that left Emilio barely alive, his clothing torn and his chest bones broken. Both Liam and Issei understood the miracle of Emilio's survival, attributing it to his genetic modifications. John's powers had elevated him to a new level of strength, allowing him to defeat the modifications of a Kronos member effortlessly with the Sentai powers. This made him a truly formidable opponent. Alex expressed surprise at the revelation of the second Sixth Ranger's power, while Yuri explained that Stag Buster was similar to Beat Buster, based on a stag beetle. The two Sentai forms were connected, and a morphing sequence would only occur when both were present. Liam reflected on the potential destruction John's powers could cause if they fell into the wrong hands, particularly those of Mason's Ark clan. He was determined to protect John at all costs. Issei, proud of her grandchild, suggested they take Emilio back to the clan, while Liam humorously noted the possibility of John eliminating him before they could do so. The group approached a battered Emilio, and John bid him farewell, leaving Emilio with a look of horror and fear. However, Issei placed a hand on John, assuring him they would handle the situation. Liam carried the injured Emilio, stating he would be placed in a comfortable cell, as he needed to uncover Mason's plans. He glanced at John, who had reverted to his regular Silver Ranger form, and mentioned the need to explain the situation to Ashbin. Ashbin and Glinda arrived, their expressions serious as they surveyed Emilio with anger. Ashbin inquired about what had transpired. Liam began to explain, apologizing for the trouble caused and hoping the damage was minimal. Glinda sighed, noting that she had already cleaned up the mess in John and Winterflake's room, a task she did not particularly enjoy but accepted as part of her responsibilities. Issei suggested they head to the office to discuss matters further. Issei instructed the 3 students to return to their dorm rooms, promising to continue their time together after the meeting. The adults proceeded inside, while John demorphed back into his regular form and the students retreated to their rooms. Suddenly, John sensed a familiar power passing by him, prompting him to wonder what it could be. He expressed disbelief at the sensation. Yuri noticed his reaction and asked if something was wrong, to which John dismissed it as nothing more than a delusion. The group entered the building, unaware that the Gokai galleon had successfully arrived in Remnant, passing right by them. Meanwhile, aboard the Gokai galleon in Remnant sky, the Gokagers, accompanied by Mari, were exploring the area. Valerie expressed excitement about being on the planet, while Mari noted that their cloaking technology had kept them hidden from the inhabitants. However, she was interrupted when a device began to beep, indicating that the Silver Ranger had activated his legend powers, specifically the powers of Go Busters. Mari explained that this alert was a sign of the powers being used, and Valerie inquired which ones were involved. Mari clarified that both Beat Buster and Stag Buster were in play, revealing that the Go Busters had 2 sixth Sentai. Ingvild elaborated on the concept of extra rangers, explaining that while typically there was only 1 sixth ranger, Sentai often changed its rules, allowing for multiple sixth rangers in some cases. Genshiro sought clarification, and Ingvild provided examples from Sentai history, including the Goon Wings and the dual sixth rangers in Go Busters. Meanwhile, Issei and his companions had landed near Vale Forest, with the Gokai galleons safely parked and cloaked. Mari had easily hacked into Beacon's database, registering the group as Beacon students. She noted that their next step was to find John and persuade him to join their team. However, she acknowledged the difficulty of this task, given the information they had on him. Issei added his thoughts on John's challenging family background, and Seorg expressed surprise at the Arc family's treatment of him. Mari recognized the similarities between the Arcs and her own family, but emphasized the need to speak with John directly rather than jumping to conclusions. Valerie agreed, noting that many of them had difficult family situations. Seorg grumbled about his own father, reflecting on the struggles he and his mother had faced. With plans in mind, Genshiro asked about their approach to meeting John. Issei suggested they enter as normal students, maintaining a facade until they could connect with him. Issei felt certain that his family would prefer to be as far away from him as possible. Ingvild, gazing out over the landscape, pondered the details of their new surroundings. She sought to gather more information about the place they had arrived in. Mari, knowledgeable about the area, explained that it was plagued by creatures known as the Grim, which were manifestations of darkness. The inhabitants of this world had developed various means to combat these threats, including Aura, a protective shield that also provided some healing, semblances, unique abilities akin to magic that each individual possessed, and Dust, a substance that enabled users to wield elemental powers against the Grim. To face these creatures, the world had established a force of huntsmen and huntresses, who served as both defenders and mercenaries, making it one of the most esteemed professions available. Genshiro inquired about their next steps, prompting Mari to suggest that they settle into their dorm rooms at Beacon. She had managed to secure a luxurious dorm room for 5, which had been unoccupied. Issei expressed his gratitude, feeling excited about the arrangement. Mari, with a warm smile, reassured him that she would remain on the ship for maintenance and might eventually join Beacon as a teacher, seeking a way to earn money in this new world. Issei and his team bid farewell to Mari before heading into Beacon, knowing they needed to speak with John as soon as possible. The Gokai galleon soared through the sky, with Issei surveying the area, ready to confront the enemies from the Hyoudou clan and the supernatural forces that threatened them. Captain Marvelous, watching from above, smiled at Issei's determination. Issei sat confidently in a chair, flanked by his teammates Genshiro and Ingvild on one side, and Valerie and Seorg on the other. They transformed into their respective Gokai colors: green, pink, red, yellow, and blue. As the scene shifted, Issei took control of the Gokai galleon steering wheel, while Seorg trained vigorously in the gym, honing his skills against punching bags and training dummies. Valerie showcased her abilities against training droids using her sacred gear, while Genshiro cared for his younger siblings, who cheered him on. Ingvild focused on battle strategies, refining the plans Issei had devised. Meanwhile, Mari worked on a cannon design to assist the team, her smile radiating confidence. The atmosphere intensified as Issei and his team examined the keys from the current 48 different Sentai, only to see them tumble to the ground. They morphed into their Gokaiger forms, desperately reaching for the keys. Issei pushed himself to the limit to grasp his Gokai red key, succeeding alongside his teammates. The scene transitioned to the team confronting clan members who had come to hunt them down. Issei clashed with fallen angels, while Genshiro faced a blue-haired adversary who initially smirked but soon felt fear. John engaged in battle against his former team and Team RWBY, joined by Yuri and a blonde-haired girl. The Gokaigers observed a blonde-haired girl being rescued from a crucifixion. In a moment of triumph, Issei confronted Dai and Rei, instilling fear in them as he publicly humiliated them and took them down, making it clear that he held no regard for them. Joined by his team, he dismantled his enemies one by one, leaving them begging for mercy as they walked away. The legacy of the Hyoudou clan was forever tarnished. In the final scene, Issei, Ingvild, Valerie, Seorg, and Genshiro stood proudly on the mast of the Gokai galleon as it sailed onward, smiles gracing their faces. The 5 rangers posed with their weapons, the Gokai galleon proudly displayed behind them. The following day, in the Gokaiger dorm room at Beacon, Issei and his team awoke, aware that they were scheduled to meet with the headmaster. They were set to take the place of Team RWBY, having been informed by Mari that they were filling the position of an expelled team. The luxurious dorm room they had been assigned resembled a 5-bedroom apartment, complete with personal bathrooms for each member and a kitchen connected to a large hall and another bathroom. It was one of the unused dorms at Beacon. Issei marveled at Mari's resourcefulness as he woke up, noticing that Ingvild had already left, eager to start the day. After freshening up, he retrieved his Mobilate and Ranger key from a secure spot. He made his way to join the others, greeting them with a cheerful morning. Ingvild, returning with a stack of pancakes, offered breakfast to the group. The pancakes were generously layered with maple syrup and butter, accompanied by strawberries and ice cream on the side. Issei smiled as he thanked Ingvild for the meal, expressing his belief that one day she would make an amazing wife. Unbeknownst to him, his words caused Ingvild to blush deeply, her face turning red as she tried to hide her reaction from others. She felt overwhelmed by the compliment, unable to process the idea of being called an amazing wife. Genshiro observed the scene with pity for Ingvild, noting how hard she had worked on the food. He thought Issei was too oblivious to understand the impact of his words. Seorg agreed, commenting on Issei's lack of awareness regarding women's feelings, though he recognized that Issei cared deeply for his team, especially Ingvild, who was now his girlfriend. Valerie shook her head, resigned to Issei's dense nature, yet hopeful that their bond would strengthen over time. Ingvild, surprised by the attention, eagerly rushed to her table to enjoy her meal. The breakfast continued with light-hearted conversations among the group. Later that evening in John's dorm at Beacon, he served a traditional Australian dish called tamago cake gohan, which consisted of raw eggs over rice. Yuri was delighted by the meal, using chopsticks to eat with grace. She found the food tasty and shared her thoughts on the recent arrival of 5 new students, suggesting that their sudden appearance was not coincidental. They were listed in the headmaster's database and seemed to have replaced Team RWBY, with one additional student taking the place of an expelled member. As the dorm bell rang, John rushed to the door and found Alex waiting outside. She greeted both John and Yuri, and they exchanged morning pleasantries. Alex then inquired about their plans for the day, to which John replied that he would continue his studies and combat classes. He asked about her family, and Alex sighed, explaining the chaos that had ensued since she had rejoined her family group. Messages filled with hostility towards John had flooded in, particularly regarding the confiscation of Emilio's weapon, which had sparked outrage among her relatives. Yuri expressed her frustration about the elders in Alex's clan, noting how their leadership had led to a decline in the family's reputation. Alex agreed, pointing out that the main elders responsible for John's disownment were the source of many problems. After a brief silence, John asked about Alex's team, only to be corrected that they were now her ex-team. Alex revealed that her former teammates wanted her out, resentful of her close relationship with John. Despite her efforts to support them, they rejected her presence. She described her ex-teammates, expressing her frustration with their attitudes and behaviors, particularly highlighting the issues she faced with Team RWBY. She recounted how Ruby was overly idealistic, Yang had a volatile temper, Blake was cowardly, and Weiss was a headache, claiming to improve her family's company while actually perpetuating its flaws. John shared his indifference towards Weiss, believing that her actions had disqualified her from being a huntress. The conversation reflected their shared experiences and frustrations, revealing the challenges they faced in their respective lives and the complexities of their relationships with others. Yuri had encountered the man a few times and understood that he was someone she needed to deal with. John shifted the conversation, expressing curiosity about the new students who had arrived. Alex informed him that the newcomers were led by a man named Issei, whose origins and intentions remained a mystery. What was clear, however, was that Issei and his team were there to replace Team RWBY. In the headmaster's office at Beacon Academy, Ashbin reviewed the documentation of the 5 new students. The application forms were meticulously filled out, detailing their combat experiences and encounters with Grimm. Mari had cleverly altered their accounts, replacing names like Kokabeel and Bella with their Grimm counterparts, such as Manticore and King Taijutsu. Despite the changes, the essence of their experiences remained truthful. Glinda, intrigued, questioned whether they had truly defeated the mentioned Grimm. Issei confirmed that they had indeed taken down the creatures listed in their applications, while Seorg added that although they had not attended a formal combat school, they possessed significant combat experience. Genshiro acknowledged that not everyone had the privilege of such training, and the 2 elderly hunters recognized the strength of the 5 students before them, unlike John, who had questionable transcripts. Ashbin contemplated their situation, realizing that their admission was valid and that slots were available for them. However, he felt a sense of concern about how the council would react to their presence, as he had previously used his influence to protect John but was uncertain about defending these new students. Ingvild, sensing Ashbin's unease, inquired if something was wrong, but Ashbin reassured her that they only needed to complete an initiation. This initiation would involve defeating 3 huntsmen in training from the same batch, specifically first-year students chosen by the academy. The 5 students agreed to the terms, and Issei confirmed their participation. Ashbin informed them that they had 2 to 3 hours to select their team members and choose a team name. With that, the 5 students exited the room, leaving the headmaster and headmistress to discuss matters privately. Later, in the cafeteria, John and his friends were enjoying their meal. Yuri remarked that the food was inferior to John's cooking, prompting John to respond that such comments should be kept to themselves, as their reputation as troublemakers at Beacon still lingered. Yuri dismissed the glares from others, confident that they could handle any hostility directed at them. John grinned at the situation, reflecting on how defeating the invincible girl had shifted the dynamics at Beacon. Alex noted that since John's victory over Pyrrha, no one dared to confront him, and Yuri highlighted the video's immense popularity online, which had garnered millions of views in just 20 days. John's unexpected rise to fame had certainly stirred resentment among the Arcs. The conversation turned to the elders, who were displeased with John's newfound popularity. Alex explained that the elders had attempted to undermine those who defied their authority, and the recent losses of weapons by Balder, Krantz, and Emilio had only intensified their anger. John recalled how his grandparents had reacted to the elders' aggression, revealing that they had faced serious conflict with them. Yuri, intrigued, asked for more details about the confrontation. John described the situation as terrible, recalling how his grandparents had been unusually strict during training afterward, having vented their frustrations on him. Despite their harshness, John understood their motivations and bore no resentment, knowing that he had requested more rigorous training. Reflecting on the events, John felt a deep disappointment towards his granduncle Mason and the other elders who had sided with him. He was grateful that his grandparents had emerged unscathed from the ordeal, but the experience had left a lasting impression on him. The semblances of the group effortlessly tormented all the elders, excluding Belize, who stood beside Mason. The only exception was Mason himself, and John's grandparents worked together to put him in his place. They had made it clear that Mason was afraid of what was to come. John recalled how his grandparents had warned the elders that if they meddled with them or their family again, only death would follow. John had learned about the incident from his grandparents and shared that ever since that confrontation, Mason had harbored hatred towards them, as well as towards John, who was labeled a weakling by his so-called parents. Unbeknownst to them, John was still undergoing training under his grandparents. Yuri nodded, understanding the complex situation. Alex also nodded, though her understanding was influenced by a warped version of events from her former parents. She had learned the truth from her grandfather and twin, which led her to avoid the elders as well. Alex pointed out the blatant favoritism displayed by the elders, noting that they understood the need to maintain control through selective favoritism. They favored certain members of the Chronos, such as Balder and Krantz, who were extremely loyal to them. Yuri, taking a bite of her burger, listened intently and asked if John's ex-sisters would be the next targets, speculating that Jean would be their focus since the Chronos were not immortal. John confirmed that Jean was indeed the next target but doubted the elders would remain alive for long. Many were nearing their 70s and 80s, and while state-of-the-art medical care could delay the inevitable, it could not prevent it. Yuri understood that the elders had limited time left and asked if they simply needed to wait for their downfall. Alex shook her head, explaining that it was not that simple. The elders were maintaining control to ensure a successor could rule the clan in their image after they were gone. John added that Balder and Krantz, along with their followers, were likely to be the ones to take over. Alex dreaded the day those individuals would rule the clan and impose the elders' will upon everyone, fearing that the clan would reach an all-time low and that Remnant would turn against them. Yuri shared her fear of the Ark clan being controlled by Balder and Krantz, the same individuals who had shown no mercy when they attempted to harm John. Ashbin had tried to get them arrested, but the elders had men infiltrating the government, erasing any evidence against them. They even attempted to erase John's records, but Ashbin had stood firm, threatening to remove them from their positions if they tampered with Beacon Academy's records. John pointed out that exposing the elders was essential, and the headmaster was working with his grandparents to do just that. Once their reputation was ruined, it would only be a matter of time before they faced consequences. Yuri felt slightly relieved, knowing that action would be taken soon. Before they could discuss further, an announcement echoed through the arena, calling all students to the combat arena for a special initiation involving 5 new students. Confusion spread among the crowd, and Alex speculated that the announcement was about the new students. John agreed, eager to see what they could do, and the trio headed outside. Unbeknownst to them, Team P.N.R. watched with anger and contempt, particularly Pira, who despised John for being the reason she lost several sponsorship deals after her first public defeat at his hands when he transformed into Kira My Silver. In the combat class at Beacon, students from all batches gathered to watch the match. The 3 students set to fight against the newcomers were Dove Bronzewing, Sky Lars, and Russell Move, members of Team CRDL. They believed it would be an easy win, especially with the promise of bonus marks for victory. Dove mocked the newcomers, expressing disbelief that such scrawny kids could be their opponents. Lars agreed, and Russell commented on one of the girls' beauty, suggesting they might spare her for later. The boys were clearly underestimating their opponents. However, the newcomers were Issei Kishinami, Ingvild Leviathan, and Genshiro Saji, who were annoyed by the mockery. Ingvild was ready to charge at them, but Issei stopped her, noting that they had faced similar idiots before, those who were all talk and no substance. Ingvild reluctantly agreed, noticing Genshiro's frustration but also his calm demeanor. Issei remained surprisingly unfazed by the insults. An announcement soon captured everyone's attention, signaling the start of the match between Team CRDL and Team Gokai. John, Yuri, and Alex were stunned by the name of the second team, their eyes widening in disbelief. Yuri muttered in shock, and Alex noted that the naming of the team was no mere coincidence. John was taken aback by the revelation, struggling to believe that the three individuals before him were the Gokagers. The trio discreetly removed their mobilates and ranger keys while the members of Team CRDL prepared their weapons. As the battle commenced, John and his friends watched in astonishment. The Gokagers activated their mobilates, transforming into their respective ranger forms. The transformation left the students, including John, his friends, the headmaster, and Glinda, utterly stunned. The realization that they were witnessing the legendary Gokagers in action was overwhelming. Issei, Genshiro, and Ingvild charged into battle, announcing their intent to make the fight spectacular. They sprinted forward, unleashing a barrage of colorful energy blasts that forced Team CRDL to defend themselves. Issei engaged Russell, Ingvild confronted Dove, and Genshiro faced Sky. Russell, frustrated, charged at Issei with his multi-user daggers, but Issei skillfully blocked the attacks. He retaliated with a series of shots, forcing Russell to struggle to keep up. Issei commented on the surprising ability of his opponent to fight back, which only fueled Russell's anger. As the battle intensified, Issei's strikes became more ferocious, overwhelming Russell and causing him to scream in pain as his aura flickered violently. Meanwhile, Genshiro focused on Sky, who relied solely on close-range weaponry. Genshiro decided to change tactics by throwing his Gokai saber, forcing Sky to block. Seizing the opportunity, Genshiro fired shots aimed at Sky's hands, causing him to drop his weapon. Genshiro then charged forward, striking Sky in the abdomen and watching as his aura flashed yellow. When Sky attempted to reclaim his sword, Genshiro skillfully kicked it away, taunting him about the vulnerability of huntsmen without their weapons. Sky, filled with rage, charged blindly at Genshiro, who responded with a barrage of bullets. Sky's aura began to flash red, indicating he was on the brink of defeat. In another part of the battlefield, Ingvild skillfully dodged Dove's strikes with his hull-shot weapon. Using her Gokai gun, she countered the incoming bullets, turning the encounter into a fierce exchange of fire. As she closed in with her Gokai saber, Ingvild slashed Dove multiple times, leaving him unable to defend himself. Ingvild's determination was palpable as she expressed her disdain for those who underestimated her. Dove recognized her as one of the Gokagers and attempted to taunt her by comparing her to a faker. Ingvild dismissed his words, revealing her identity as a pirate and showcasing her superior speed and strength. She continued to press the attack, forcing Dove to drop his weapon and retreat. As the battle progressed, Ingvild rejoined her teammates, and Issei noted that their opponents were less formidable than he had anticipated. Genshiro agreed, expressing disappointment at the lack of challenge. Ingvild suggested they finish the fight, and Issei confidently declared that he had just the strategy to deal with the bullies. The three Gokagers prepared for their final move, removing their keys and inserting them into their mobilates. With a unified shout, they transformed once more, this time into their patronger forms. The transformation was marked by the appearance of police badges and sirens, with Issei donning a red badge, Genshiro a green one, and Ingvild a pink badge, ready to take their opponents down. The three heroes made a police salute as their badges landed on them, completing their transformation into Kisatsu Sentai patronger. Issei stepped forward, raising a single finger to declare himself Patron 1 Go. Genshiro followed, raising 2 fingers to announce his identity as Patron 2 Go, while Ingvild raised 3 fingers, identifying herself as Patron 3 Go. With their VS changers in hand, they saluted and proclaimed their team name. Patronger. Issei boldly declared their intention to stop the villains by force. The trio charged forward, firing their VS changers and unleashing powerful blasts that struck their opponents, who could only scream in pain. The villains attempted to defend themselves, but the patrongers skillfully dodged and continued to fire, landing more shots that caused their enemies to screech in agony. The villains were quickly and effortlessly taken down. Issei tackled one of the bullies to the ground, delivering a blow that knocked the wind out of him and caused his aura to flash a bright red. Ingvild, meanwhile, dodged a punch from Russell and swiftly placed him in a chokehold, applying pressure to his arm as part of a police tactic to subdue criminals. She whispered to him, instilling fear, before throwing him to the ground. Genshiro slammed Dove to the ground, knocking the air from his lungs. He joined forces with Issei and Hyoudou, pushing back their opponents. Issei then prepared to end the confrontation by retrieving the biker trigger machine and inserting it into the VS changer. He twisted it, triggering an announcement, and pulled the trigger as a final announcement echoed. With a powerful shout, Issei unleashed the biker repulsion cannon, firing a blue energy blast. Hyoudou and Genshiro joined in with their own colored attacks, pink and green respectively. Issei's attack formed a blue energy wheel, which combined with their blasts and struck the villains, causing them to scream in pain as they were enveloped in electricity. The wheel turned fiery orange before the villains exploded in the arena. The three patrongers struck victorious poses, celebrating their perfect victory and successful initiation. The match drew awe from the spectators, many of whom were impressed by the arrival of three new Gokaigers, with Silver being the first they had seen. Yuri expressed her admiration to Alex, who agreed, noting the impressive teamwork displayed by the patrongers. John observed the scene, gripping the Patron X Ranger key tightly. He regarded the Sentai team, who were meant to be his future allies, with a serious expression. Trusting them was not an option for him. Pyrrha and her team scowled at the newcomers, excluding Alex, who remained neutral. They resented the arrival of the Gokaigers and were determined to stop them at all costs. The announcer declared Team Gokai the victors of the match, and the crowd responded with subtle cheers, particularly from those who enjoyed the spectacle. Valerie and Seorg cheered for their team as the patrongers left the arena, not wishing to linger. Yuri turned to John, asking for his thoughts on the match. He remained serious, startled when she gently tapped his shoulder. When she repeated her question, he expressed his reluctance to trust anyone new after his past experiences. Despite Yuri's attempts to persuade him otherwise, he remained resolute, recalling his previous betrayals. As John turned away, Alex placed a hand on Yuri's shoulder, signaling her to let the matter rest for now. John exited the room and stepped into the corridor, glancing at his ranger key. He muttered to himself that he would rather work alone than risk betrayal again. Determined to protect what little he had left, he resolved to fight as the sole ranger against his enemies, no matter the cost. Once upon a time in a vibrant kingdom, there lived a brave knight named Sir Cedric. He was known throughout the realm for his unmatched skills in battle and his unwavering sense of justice. Sir Cedric had dedicated his life to protecting the innocent and defending the kingdom from any threats that arose. One day, a dark cloud loomed over the kingdom as rumors spread of a fearsome dragon that had taken residence in the nearby mountains. The dragon was said to have a fiery breath and a heart of stone, terrorizing the villagers and destroying their homes. Sir Cedric knew he had to act quickly to save his people. With his trusty steed, he set out on a perilous journey to confront the dragon. As he rode through the dense forest, he encountered various challenges, including treacherous terrain and wild beasts. However, his determination never wavered, and he pressed on, fueled by the thought of the villagers who depended on him. After days of travel, Sir Cedric finally reached the dragon's lair. The entrance to the cave was dark and foreboding, but he steeled himself for the confrontation ahead. Inside, the dragon lay curled around a pile of treasure, its scales shimmering in the dim light. Sir Cedric could feel the heat radiating from the creature as he approached cautiously. As he stepped closer, the dragon stirred, its eyes opening to reveal a fierce intelligence. Sir Cedric understood that brute force alone would not suffice. He needed to find a way to communicate with the beast. He recalled tales of dragons being misunderstood creatures, often driven by fear or loneliness. With a calm voice, Sir Cedric spoke to the dragon, expressing his longing to understand its pain and the reasons behind its destructive behavior. To his surprise, the dragon listened, its fiery demeanor softening as it realized that the knight did not come to fight but to help. Through their exchange, Sir Cedric learned that the dragon had been driven from its home by hunters and was only seeking refuge. Moved by the creature's plight, he proposed a solution that would benefit both the dragon and the villagers. Together, they could find a way to coexist peacefully. The dragon agreed, and with Sir Cedric's guidance, they returned to the village. The knight introduced the dragon to the townspeople, who were initially fearful but soon realized that the creature meant no harm. With time, The dragon became a protector of the village, helping to ward off any threats that arose. Sir Cedric's bravery and compassion not only saved the villagers but also forged an unlikely friendship between them and the dragon. The kingdom thrived under this new alliance, and Sir Cedric was hailed as a hero, not just for his strength in battle but for his ability to see beyond fear and prejudice. From that day forward, the knight and the dragon worked together to ensure peace in the realm, proving that understanding and kindness could conquer even the fiercest of foes. Their story became a legend, inspiring generations to embrace compassion and unity in the face of adversity.